All right, and we are starting the stream. Want to make sure that everything's running okay because last stream we had a little crashing problem, which was a little worrying. But it seems like things are okay with OBS. So, yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the live stream. And for anybody watching to the VOD, thank you for watching the VOD. I appreciate it. I'm just going to let the stream run a little bit just because we're already in the red and at really high drop frames rate, which is super duper worrying. I really hope it doesn't crash. So we're going to be going nice and steady. Okay, we're back in the green. Okay, we should be fine. I don't know what the issue is there, but anyways, so let's just get into today's stream, and I will just keep a close eye on whatever's going on with OBS and pray that we're fine. But yeah, so for today, I was initially planning on transferring all of my layers from these starting images, like all these different little layer assets that I had separated between these and this little end card that I made. It's a very similar way, just making all the different separate layers. I was planning on having those transfer into Procreate Dreams and try to almost tween them in that program. But I think I overestimated my familiarity with that program, unfortunately, and I'm gonna take some time off stream to figure out that program just so I can go in and immediately start working because there's a good amount that got updated in the update because the last time I used it, it was only it was just when it first dropped, and so I think that the smarter thing for me to do in this moment is to work on some banner concepts, because I wanted to make some banner concepts anyways for what's it called? I wanted to do some banner concepts for all my socials to do like where I'm gonna have them be over like on my Twitch, above my Blue Sky, above my YouTube and stuff like that, just to have like a uniform, nice like banner and stuff like that. So I think what we're gonna do is instead of like like my last two streams, or did it crash? What is going on? Okay. OBS didn't crash. My freaking mirroring program crashed. Okay, that's great. Let's try that again. Okay, I was on top of it that time. Alright, I do not know what's going on in the world of streaming right now, because it seems like everybody's having problems, so... Alright, we're back. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Alright, we should be fine. It just keeps jumping, so I'm just gonna keep moving forward. So yeah, we're gonna work on some concepts, and so I'm gonna make this pencil as big as possible just so we can do some really rough sketches as far as what I want to do. So for the most part, a lot of the times you'll end up having a little bit of your profile picture end up bleeding over on this side on a banner. So we're gonna have some kind of, I think, focal point be here, and do kind of like my Sona or something like that here. And then do some pretty basic visual work, just like some little graphics and stuff like that over here to fill up the rest of this space. Thank you so much for the follow, Nerdy Gay Boy. What a wonderful username. I love that so much. If you are somebody that I know in real life, hello. And if you're somebody that's brand new, that's just stumbling onto my streams, welcome, welcome. I appreciate the follow. You are helping me reach my first step of goal, which is becoming Twitch affiliate. So we're getting pretty close, actually, as far as the follower count. I think the follower count only needs to be... Yes, I'm back. Welcome, welcome. I don't know how many people are currently in the stream because it's not letting me see that. So let me check. I think, all right, whatever, it's not updating it properly. So anybody that is here, welcome. I was summoned to support. Yes, yes. Are you, like I said, if you're somebody that knows me in real life, looking at the view count, it's not necessary. Yeah, I know that, but I'm just checking to see like how many people it is that I'm talking to in live, because I can yap. If you watched any of the VODs, I have no problem yapping. But I just wanted to double check and see, because there's a lot of people that have been so kind in supporting my road to Twitch affiliate that I know in real life. So I just want to double check and see and give the proper thanks to people. But, you know, it's also something you can indeed yap. Yes, it's something that I don't know, it's something that I want to be able to differentiate between, because it's like I've had some people come in where it's like, oh cool, such and such username. It's like, oh, you actually know me. I'm this person that you interact with in real life. It's like, oh, sorry, I didn't know. So it's been cool. It's neat to think about the fact that I can just come across somebody's For You page. I find that hilarious, because for the most part, a lot of the support I've been getting is from fellow creatives and wonderful friends that have been staying with me through my beginning process of getting started on Twitch. So just trying to keep my head straight of who's who and what's what. But at the end of the day, anybody that's here, happy to have them here. So we're actually, like I said, we're getting pretty close, I think, to the goals for what's it called, for becoming Twitch affiliate, which I'm super duper excited for. You may or may not know me in real life. Suppose we'll never find out. You do, but we've only seen each other a couple of times. Oh, okay, cool. Because I know, I recognized after the fact, after the last stream you were in, that I think you're one of the creators. Oh, okay. Crashed again. Okay, this is... Alright, at least it's not OBS this time that's having the issue, and it's just my screen mirroring that's having the problem, which is really weird, because it's been working fine these last two streams. So, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's cutting out. So we'll see what happens this third time. And if it happens a third time, then what I'm going to go ahead and do and get set up on, like, just in stream is a lot of people that I know, not even that I know, but that I've been interacting with as other fellow art creators and streamers are telling me that Air Server is a really good program to stream my iPad through. So honestly, I might just get that set up live on stream, because I would like this to be something that is easily maintained and doesn't, cause a lot of issues. Oh, hey, Zaid! Welcome in. Thank you for joining this janky bonus stream, because my freaking iPad keeps crashing for some reason. But at least this time it's not OBS. That's the one thing I'm grateful for at this point. But yeah. Anyways, going back to what I'm doing on the stream that keeps breaking. But what I'm doing right now is working on some little banner designs for my other socials, as well as my Twitch itself. I was originally going to try and do some animating, quote-unquote animating. What I was going to do is... Oh, I'm actually going to move this file up here. But I have these assets that I finished last stream that I have these both done as still images, but what I have is they're all separated out in a way that I can export them into Procreate Dreams and hopefully figure out a way to have them do a very simple animation loop in the similar way that I have my little Be Right Back screen set up, but with a little bit more motion, which I'm super excited for that. Like, it's been pretty simple putting everything together, and really fun, like, just designing the, the raw assets themselves. So, I was going to do the whole animating thing, but I ended up deciding against that because I went into Procreate Dreams and it just felt like that one image of the like pilot console where it's like, bro, I don't know what I'm doing in here. I'm gonna wait and like do some figuring out and messing around with it off stream. So we will wait for that. Oh, where did that mark come from? But yeah, so in the meantime, I figured I will do my planned stream that already technically got shortened because my partner needed the workspace. Jay needed the workspace for doing some important schoolwork. So I was originally going to start streaming at, what was it? Streaming at, oh, thank you for the follow, Technology Man. I think that's what I saw. I need to go in and edit that also off stream to let the follower notifications, let those hold a little bit longer. But yeah, so I figured today I would just work on some like little banner designs for myself to put across my socials, and have that be something that I can immediately add and have as like start building some more little like branding identification. So that's what we're doing today. So I'll just quickly sketch up a couple designs. I can't stay, but best of luck and have a great stream. Hey, no problem. Thank you for stopping by and giving a follow. I really appreciate it. You are helping me in my road to becoming Twitch affiliate, so no problem. Thank you so much. But yeah, also I'm making my shoulder way too bulky. There we go. And I think my hat needs to go up a little higher. Yeah, there we go. But yes, I am known at the Appy aka Gyro Bestie that you saw last ramen. Ah, okay. I do remember that. Awesome. Well, I really appreciate the support. Like I said, anything helps, sticking around for the stream, interacting, following, all of it super duper helpful, and I really appreciate it. I'm also gonna shrink this pencil size a little bit. Or not. What is going on? Hello? There we go. Alright. It seems like my iPad's screen mirroring is holding up better. I try my best to support. Well, your best is doing absolutely amazing, so I really appreciate that. But yeah, I've been on a good roll when it comes to getting some streams out and getting a lot of work done, because that was something I was talking about last stream, was just the fact that I'm like, what am I gonna do for these next streams that I have planned? Because I got all of the assets that I had initially planned done pretty quickly. Like I said, I have my little Be Right Back screen. I finished my offline screen, which came out really great. I was really proud of this. But yeah, I got that done. I got both of these and all their different layer separations done. And then of course this one, which still my favorite of the bunch so far. And it's coming out really great as far as like the visual identification across the board. I'll have this one be the one that stays up. But yeah, I figured in the meantime, I will just work on some banner designs, just to have something else to have the branding all kind of come together. So that's what we're doing. And I've been getting so much more engaged with a lot of other art streamers and stuff like that, which has been so much fun. I really have enjoyed that part a lot. Getting to see and interact with other creators and stuff like that are actually like recognizing me and stuff like that as far as like my username and interacting and being present on a lot of their streams. because it's almost like I'm just kind of auditing partially, because like of course it's like I genuinely love watching art streams, and that's, you know, that's what I'm doing right now, so I must enjoy it. Um, but it's been something that has been so cool to get so much wonderful advice from people. Branching out, let's go. Yeah, branching out Pog. We love it. It's been so much fun, and has been something that has been my favorite part of the process, I think. Which hand is this? Hold on. That's this one. Okay, cool. But it's been so cool to see so many different artists' setups and like what they enjoy doing and talking about, and getting to like nerd out with other creators about like their projects, and like asking them about their setups and like their different little characters and stuff like that. It's been really fun. I've really enjoyed it. I enjoy any creative streams for sure. Me too. That's like, because just as a personal thing, I really love any form of like the pre-production stages of stuff. And I went and like, you know, for my like high school career, quote unquote, like that was something that I did, was I went to art school. And so that has been something that I think I've been missing, is kind of just being surrounded by other creatives and getting immersed back into that headspace of like just being able to make stuff and connect with other people that make stuff, no matter how different like our different crafts are or how similar the crafts are. But yeah, the community is definitely something that I'm growing super duper fond of, as well as the fact that like I really enjoy the creative freedom that comes with this platform, and like the variety of different stream setups and aesthetics that people have going for them. That's been something that's been so cool to see, and like it's a bunch of ideas for. All right, how am I gonna have this arm oriented? Because we'll have it be part of the sleeve, and yeah. Bring this down so I can focus on that arm. There we go. But yeah, getting to not only be a part of it as a consumer and watch other people's streams, but also be able to build a platform of my own has been so much fun. Alright, and then got my little fluffies. That should be right? Yeah. And then I am not quite that buff, so I need to thin that out a little bit. There we go. Yeah. Maybe that arm's a little too far, though. Hold on. There we go. All right. Ooh, I love this chunky pencil, because like that's what I like. I prefer utilizing more traditional materials, because like that's what I grew up doing, was like drawing with pencils on lined paper. So this is like one of my favorite things to sketch and play around with. There we go. All right, and then maybe have that be like that. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Yeah, I just need to erase a little bit of this. Oh, well, actually, I should probably draw it all the way down. Yeah. And then I do have my own things I need to get finished, but have a fun stream and enjoy yapping. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much for contributing to the chat. I hope that the statistics count it and everything like that. But thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you, and have a great rest of your time with all the other things you need to do, whether it's dreadful things or great things. You got this. Alright, probably should make this hand a little bigger because it's a little closer to the cam. Maybe not quite that big. Yeah. Alright, and then that gives just enough space for my tail, I think, to pop out right about here. Maybe a little bigger. Yep. Yeah. We love some good overlapping. Alright, how's stream holding up? Okay, everything seems to be in the green. I think it was just a rocky uphill start, but now we're cruising at great levels. So, thank you, OBS and Twitch gods, for allowing me to have good stream quality. I hope it's coming out okay and not too glitchy or anything on viewing end, because I can't quite tell. Am I recording too? Good. Okay, cool. I was worried for a sec. But yeah. Because I've been recording and uploading my VODs separately to YouTube itself, which the last one ended, like my last VOD ended so hilariously. It just was me munching on some apple, and then immediately after that, it was like, oh no, OBS crashed, and it like cut off right as I said that, and everything went down. It was so funny. But I did get a good amount of streaming done yesterday. I think I got like a little over 5 hours, just about 5 hours done. And obviously, as you saw from all of this stuff, I got a lot done. I got a lot done in that time, which I was super duper grateful for. But yeah, okay, so first sketch will be this, which is pretty simple. I like this, just my little persona. That works. Should I put some of the sleeve right here? No, that won't make sense. Probably just like this. Nah, I think it would be lower probably. No, I think that works actually, because it's like the elbow piece, so it's gonna flare out a little bit more. And then I should probably have one more little tuft come out like right here. No, I think this works because it's pointed down. So I think that makes sense. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. Okay, so that is concept 1 completed. All right, so number 1 we got done. And then I'll put that on a low opacity just so I have something to see and kind of get inspiration off of. We could always do some of my little Monchis, the little guys. Can have me be more so right here. Or, you know what? Hold on. Have them be... Ooh, you know what? I could always draw, like, my drawing setup itself. Because that was something I did a while ago, was just drawing like a little still life sketch of my drawing setup, so that could be cool to do something like that. Yeah. Oh, I like this, because then I can almost do a very similar thing to what my little Be Right Back screen is, which is having all the little Monchis be around my drawing setup and like wandering around it when I'm not here. Yeah, I like this. This is good. I should probably put on a, what's it called? Let me center this first. Oh, it is center. Dang, I got that pretty center first try. And then what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna put on the symmetry tool. Is this assisted? Perfect. And then that way I can line this up with my... Yeah, there we go. Because I've got a very big quote-unquote PC screen that is actually just a TV screen that I utilize for my setup. Probably should have it go a bit lower than that. Yeah. And then there's a little blue light that's like right here. So we'll have a separate layer. This nice little blue light. Yeah, and then I'll just do a quick sketch of the environment, because what I'm gonna do next is just gonna kind of throw in a bunch of different little Monchis all over the place. So yeah, so we got the TV, and then we got our little mouse and stuff. I should probably get this a little bit lower. maybe like right there. Yeah. And the TV screen. We will move this up. Actually, I should just fuse these together because this is just the sketch, so I don't need to be too worried. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, we'll have the TV screen that I use be there, and then go like that, and like that. And then we'll also do my little mouse that I have chilling out right here to work and help out with my stream on the computer itself. Hold on, I need to get the angle of this a little better. Or maybe I should have it go completely more so off. Yeah. Yeah. Because then it creates a little bit more visual... What is it? Interest? Visual interest. Yeah, big words. Big art words. Alright. And then there's like a little bit of an underpiece. There we go. Perfect. And then that right there. And a little wire. Should I have the... Yeah, the back of the desk should probably show up. It's not quite that far. It's more like right there. It's kind of almost rounded. I don't want it to be rounded. I want it to go... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so what I'll do here... Is that mouse to scale? No, I need to shrink that mouse down a little bit. Yeah, that's better. And then have this little wire come through. Perfect. Okay. This is coming out nicely. I like this because then there'll be this nice juxtaposition of the like kind of almost realistic looking setup versus the more like cartoony little monchies that I'll have roaming around. Yeah, and I think I should thin this out a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, nice little wire. And then I won't put my keyboard in because I want to focus more so on the drawing setup. So we'll also have another layer where my little Apple Pencil will be chilling. Or, you know what? I can have one of the little guys holding my Apple Pencil. Go ahead and... Oh, is this on the same layer? No. Oh, okay, okay. Just being weird. Yeah. There we go. That actually works better, so then I can draw this in more. Cool. All right, and then, yeah, I will have some of the little monchies be around. Okay, so we'll draw those in that same blue just to differentiate them. And we'll have one kind of be chilling out right here. Little arms. I think I can actually flatten this down so I can see what I'm looking at a bit better with sketching these guys. But yeah, this is cool. This is the first time I've actually streamed, I think, more of the sketching process, as opposed to just having the sketches prepared beforehand. Which, this is, again, one of my favorite parts. I think my favorite part of anything is the sketching process, so this is super duper fun. Should I have him, like, laying... Or maybe I should have his, like, little fingies. Yeah. Have him just kind of peeking over. Peeking over to see what's going on. There we go. Oh, I love this. This is my favorite expression, doing the little, like, little bit of lip right there. Yeah. And then have a little bit of hair. I could probably shrink this down a little more. There we go. Perfect. And then have his little shoulders. And a little bit of his tail poke through. Nice. Okay. Yeah, you know what? This might be the one. I think this might be it, because then it's like, I'll have it look even more... That might be a mission of mine, is to do a more rendered, like, background scene, and then have these cute little, like, more cartoony guys. Honestly, I think he could be even smaller. Yeah, that's more like the size that I made them. And then we'll have one of them standing on here, drawing. With the Apple Pencil like I had. You know what I should do? I should actually pull up this Be Right Back screen as reference and then copy that as a... Or actually, wait a minute. I could just go over to this and then just copy that layer. Yeah, we'll duplicate that and then flatten. Duplicate that, flatten, and then we'll go cut, delete that, and then go back here and paste. Perfect. So that way I have like a nice little reference of inspiration from my own materials. Okay, so then yeah, so we'll have him... Because, like, this little duo, like, yeah, literally, like, these, it's going to be this guy is this one, which, if he is him, I want to make his little center one more pronounced. I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to end up having each of the little colors be their own separate little guy. But, yeah, so we'll have this one using the Apple Pencil on the iPad. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I didn't really have that, like, uniformity go across on the offline screen, but I kind of did because I kept, like, a certain, like, interaction level with them as far as, like, who's talking to who and who's behaving how. So I think I ultimately... That should be another thing I should stream, is, like, making a reference for these guys as well as, like, my... what is it? Not VTuber, PNG tuber. I should make an actual ref sheet for these things. I think that would be good to be able to just have that as my own thing just to pull up. And even in the case of, like, doing, what's it called? Like, for fan art or anything like that. And obviously it's pretty far out there. You know, we're not quite that famous yet by any means, but it's still something that it would be cool, I think, to have, even for, like, commissions and stuff like that. Because, like, now that I'm starting to get some money stacked up, commissions are looking pretty cool. I think I might eventually get into that, getting commissions done, like, paying for people to do commissions. That sounds fun. Get a little more interaction going on with the... I think I actually need to make him a little bit more... yeah. And larger, because he's kind of standing up a bit closer. Yeah. And then give him little bean body. Kind of have him sidestep like he's holding a baseball bat. Because I gotta remember, like, how he's utilizing the tool. And how big it is in comparison to him. Yeah, okay. Alright, and then the arm will go kind of like that. And he is, okay, he's technically a little bit smaller than that. So we'll go, nope, not Phil. Little smaller. Yeah. And move the hand right there. Perfect. Probably should separate the layers, but since we're just sketching, this works out fine. Just getting some ideas on the page. Oh, that did kind of screw that up though. It's fine. I can always correct it afterwards. But yeah, then this one, what did he have? Normal hair with just a little bit of tuff in the back. Yeah. I think these may end up becoming official little guys. Yeah, and then have him go like that. Oh yeah, I forgot his eyebrows. Whoops. And give him little eyebrows. Eh. Oh, nope. Oh. So cute. I love exercising my expression muscles when I'm doing these little guys. That's my favorite. Yeah, honestly, I think this might be the move for the banner, is doing this. But yeah, so we're on the right layer. And we'll have this guy looking down. All right. Yeah. Super focused. Yeah, okay. And then, okay, how would he be oriented with his body? Kind of be like a, yeah, so. And like that. I have to think about the anatomy of Monchichi. The things we do for art. Okay, so this I'm definitely going to put on a new layer because this is starting to get complicated. Okay, so little, there we go. That's better. Maybe even like that. There we go. Not quite that long. So he's like more like there. And then have him kind of have his feet together. Or maybe even one like a little farther back. Which would end up being more like this. Oh, too big of a eraser. Alright. Thinking here. Okay. Toes. Little baby feet. Stance is a little too wide. There we go, that's better. And then gotta correct that foot to be a little more. Yeah, that's better. And then his little tail. Perfect. Okay, that's a good position. It's good. It's a good stance. Nice wide stance for my guy. A little less belly though. Wasn't quite that, yeah. Yeah, because he's, there we go. All right, and then bring that brightness back up. And honestly, I think I should make this come out a little farther. There we go. It's like I'm already revising a previous work. So yeah, so this is the same guy. And then that's that one. And then we'll have one maybe be filling up some space over here. Okay, we'll have the little dude sitting over here somewhere. Well, this is usually where our profile picture ends up sitting, so we'll have... Maybe we'll have in a similar vein, we'll have like something like this that's like one of the guys closer up peeking out at the viewers. Yeah, because that will take up a good amount of that negative space that's right there. Yeah, and then his hair is actually kind of goes a little more back. And womp, womp. There we go. There we go. I am really liking this. This is so cute. Alright. Let this flatten out a little more. There we go. Kind of give him a little ta-da arm or a little wave. Those fingers are a little too spread out. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I guess Procreate just isn't gonna let that happen for some reason. There we go. Oh, this is so cute. Okay, I'm liking this a lot more than my persona, honestly. Good things, good things. Put this here. Shrink it even more and put it right there. Okay, so we got one of them waving again, and then we'll have the other little sitting guy. Oh, you know what? We'll have him chatting with the... Sitting on the mouse, interacting with the fans, interacting with the viewers. Yeah. And then now I gotta think about how this is gonna work, so... Does he have little tufts on the back? He does. Okay. His hair... Okay, it kind of does go up that high, so... Whoa. I have to think about this. There we go. That works. And then have his hand be on the little mouse. There we go. Oh, he's a bit large. Hold on. This guy's supposed to be a bit smaller. Shrink his little noggin down a bit more. There we go. Alright, and then his hand be sat there. Okay. Shoulder wouldn't end up being that high up. It'd be more leg would definitely come much farther out. All right. Blue bites! Oh my god! No, you didn't have to do that! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Blue, you did not be! What? Oh! Oh my gosh! Bro! Oh! Hello! Hello everybody, welcome! I think all of those random notifications going off. Dust, hello! Ah! K0, hello! Oh my gosh! Hi everybody! Oh my god! Blue, you're insane! Oh my god! This alone, I think I just hit Twitch affiliate because of this. Thank you! Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Welcome everybody, welcome to my stream. Oh my gosh. I'm just sitting here chatting with myself and maybe one other viewer, and you blow me up to almost 40 viewers. You are insane. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're amazing. I will be in as many of your streams as I possibly can. Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Welcome everybody. Okay, we got so many people that I need to give the rundown to. So right now what I'm working on is my social banner design. Oh my gosh, I can't believe. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You guys are so amazing. Oh, this is so cool. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I love this. This is exactly what I love about Twitch and the art community. I do have to raid and run, but I wanted to support another artist. You got this. Thank you so much, B. You're incredible. This is awesome. I think this raid alone, I think, has helped me hit to... Oh, this is so crazy. This raid alone, I think, has helped me get to Twitch affiliate. By the end of this, I think I will officially be Twitch affiliate. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Well, okay. Since you're all here, I guess I'll go through everything I've been doing with my beginning streams. I finished making this, my little Be Right Back screen, and getting that all set up for whenever I need to go away. So I'm going to just flash what that looks like real quick. So that's my little, these are my little guys. I don't know if any of you know. See you later, B. Thank you so much. You're amazing. I will be in as many of your streams as possible. You're so awesome. Thank you. But yeah, so this is my little Be Right Back screen. And you can't quite tell, I don't think, from like my PNG tuber that the overall inspiration for my account is Monchi Cheese. They are like one of my favorite when it comes to cute little guys and friends, and I love them so much. And so that's kind of what I've had as my visual for like all my stuff. So I have my offline screen that I finished last stream and getting that all done, which is officially up and on the account whenever my stream is offline. And then I also have my starting cards and my ending card for stream. What I initially was going to do before I decided to do banner designs was I did this stuff and set it up in a way that every little asset and layer is separate. So what I was going to do initially was I was going to take all of these layers and then send them over to Procreate Dreams and try to almost like have a simple little looping tween animation going on. But I opened up what's it called, Procreate Dreams, and I felt like that one image of, or like just the images of the flight controls, of the plane controls, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I should probably figure that out off of stream first and then go in and do that. So we're working on banner designs. So that's what I'm doing here is I'm gonna remake a more nice version of my little Be Right Back screen, but in a way that will look nice and illustrated for a Twitch banner and a Blue Sky banner, and what else do I have? YouTube, my YouTube banner. So the initial sketch I had done before this was just like my little guy, my little persona, my little fursona thing. Because normally what'll end up happening with the way that stuff gets formatted is you'll have like a little bit of the profile picture coming on. So I did that initially, but then I was like, you know what? I want to do something else. I started sketching out like what my current setup is with like my iPad and my screen and everything like that. And then I just plopped in all my little guys. So that's what we're working on right now. I'm still emotionally reeling, very positive emotionally reeling from the insane raid that B did. I really appreciate it so much again. I know that they're gone and doing their own things, but this is so cool. Oh my god. But yeah, so that's what I'm working on right now, is just getting some sketching and concept work done for a, what's it called? For a banner. So I'm drawing in all the little guys, and referencing each one individually, and gonna have them almost be like their own little independent characters. And yeah, so that is what I was just doing before raid. So for anybody joining in and following and sticking around, I really, really, really appreciate it. This is so cool. I had no idea this was going to happen to me tonight. I started my stream at 5 and have now been going for about an hour, which, speaking of that, I should actually take a sip of water. For anybody that's in here, how's the audio quality? Is the stream holding up okay? Because OBS has kind of been tripping, and not good tripping. So I want to make sure everything's running smoothly now that I have an audience that's hanging out here now. Okay, sip of water. But yeah, okay. That is what is happening currently. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, let's get back to it. But yeah, so I just kind of am drawing them, doing little basic interactions, and what I'm going to end up doing is something fairly similar to like what I have here, as far as drawing in a more quote-unquote realistic backdrop with like my little TV screen that I use for my PC to display, and then like my iPad and my mouse, all that stuff I'm going to try to render in nicely. And then these little guys, I'm going to have them be in a more cartoony style, and then draw in stuff like this where they will have, what's it called? Like just almost be kind of almost like chalky. That's the best way I can describe it with the way that I draw it. But yeah, so for right now, we're just getting a very basic concept sketch down and good. So now I'm trying to figure out how this arm is going to sit for this creature. Oh, am I on the right layer? I am. Why is that hand being weird? Oh, because I drew on this layer a little bit. I see. So we're gonna take that away and put it back here. There we go. But yeah, so with that raid, I will probably end up being Twitch affiliate by the end of this. Stream looks and sounds great. Hippie, thank you so much. I appreciate you checking in. But yeah, so with this insane raid that has happened with me, I will hopefully reach Twitch affiliate status fairly soon, so that way I can start making stuff like emotes and channel rewards, like channel point rewards and stuff like that. Because what's crazy is I actually have all of the different icon assets done and ready. Gauntleteer. I'm probably pronouncing that way too fancy, but thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. But yeah, so I have all of these little assets already done and ready. Like, I was doing this stuff even before I started streaming, just to be like, okay, cool, I'm gonna get some fun little things set up from the get-go, only to realize, like, oh, I need to be Twitch affiliate first. That makes sense. So that was what I was doing initially, but now that that goal seems to have potentially been met already, I can actually start working on making different like channel points and maybe drawing some emotes live on my next stream, which will be the stream timing that I have set up currently for myself is that I'm going to stream indefinitely every single Wednesday, I believe it. Yeah, every single Wednesday from 2 to 4:30 Mountain Standard Time. That is my commitment to myself for starting this project out, like starting art streaming and everything like that. And then updating on like my Blue Sky, which if that's where you want to, if you want to follow me on any other socials, that's where I post most of my art. I do have a bit of a quote-unquote art archive almost, like that I have set up on like Instagram, and there's stuff I used to post on TikTok, and I still am technically kind of active on those platforms. I just, with everything that has gone on with like generative AI and like the people that own those platforms not really creating great spaces for creatives anymore, I've kind of shifted my platform over to Blue Sky. So if you want to follow me, all of my links, my YouTube and my Blue Sky. YouTube is where I'm going to post any and all of my VODs that I have, because Twitch I think only allows for you to have 100 hours in total saved on like internal Twitch VODs. So I will be posting all of my VODs over on YouTube, and then all of any of like my art or like any announcements for any like bonus streams like today. Today was not an initially planned one, but I've had a lot of time off, and so I figure, you know what, let's just speed run this and let's just get some stuff done. So that's what I'm doing. And apparently the universe is like, you know what, we're gonna speed run the shit out of this. So here we are now, almost hitting goals faster than I could ever imagine. Honestly, that was so kind of Blue to do that. God, that's so crazy. Okay, well, I have this sketch done, and I really like this actually. So should I have another little guy be in here? I think this is a good setup. I think that's a good amount of visualness, because then what I'll do on top of that is do some like some kind of little bits and pieces in here, because when I was just kind of sketching out all of these things for my channel, I came up with this little batch of dudes and was like, you know what? I realized that these are almost... Oh, did that... Okay, whatever. These almost kind of, to me at least, represented this, like, internal representation of, like, my states of being. That you have this, like, super engaged with the, like, the camera and the audience at all times. One that's, like, always looking out at the camera or interacting or being sweet with some other character. Another little guy. And then I've got like this guy, which I love this facial expression so much. It's so cute. But yeah, so they've almost got these like little representations of like different aspects of myself, like the little guys that run around in my brain that work in the little office. But I kind of almost gave each of them their own little symbols for each of them. So I think I'm almost going to stick with that and maybe even create some... What's it called? I'm going to create some like actual character reference sheets and stuff like that for each of them, so that way there's like some consistency. Because I've got the energy, I think, down for each of them and like what they're doing. Because like I have this little guy that always is like actively doing something or making something. He's got the energy, he's got the passion, you know. So, but yeah, if you want to see any of my like past or future content, I would suggest checking out my Blue Sky, and then potentially following me here on Twitch, which, like I said, I will for sure be streaming every single Wednesday from 2 to 4:30 Mountain Standard Time, and then probably have some regular bonus stream time, just because I usually end up getting a good amount of time off with my normal person job, quote unquote, which is I am a sushi chef, which I don't think about that often, but it's actually a pretty cool part of my life. But yeah, I do that, and then I've been committing a good amount of my time to doing this. So, okay, let me get this. Let me get a good aesthetic squiggle going. That's a good one. I like that. But yeah, for anybody that is still here from the raid, how did the rest of B stream go? I hope it went well. Seemed like they were drawing some fun stuff. I was still kind of keeping my eye on my phone and had their stream open still. Alright, and then what does this guy have? Oh, he's little thought bubbles, that's right. Okay, I think I can take that away. And honestly, I'll probably reorient where these are. Yeah, have them be like that. And shrink that one down a bit. Maybe not. There's too much negative space here now, so put that back here. Yeah, it'll be fine to have these corners empty. I think if they're both empty, then that'll keep the setup balanced. Okay, and then he's got thought bubbles, so we'll put his little thought bubble right here. But yeah, I've been so excited getting everything set up in anticipation for eventually getting enough traction to have a little community built, but it seems like Blue is gonna do that for me. So, oh my goodness. But honestly, this is so good for me, because now I'm like even more energized to get some more stuff done and like get emotes planned and see how my statistics are after this stream, because goodness gracious. All right, and then yeah, there is too much empty space here now though, so I think I should be able to add maybe like one more big heart right here. Yeah, I think that works. Maybe a little too big. I should shrink this down a tiny bit so it's... There we go. Almost. Almost. Yeah! Okay, that looks nice. I like that. Okay, and then we will do... Let's go ahead and mask this layer so I can see how this will end up looking with them all layered on top of everything. Oh, whoops. That's... Oh, it's still mirrored. Let's unsymmetry this layer. I cast unsymmetry! Honestly, that sounds like a terrifying D&D spell. Unsymmetry? What would that end up doing to you? Oh no, now I'm erasing it on the source. No! Come on. Alright. now I'm erasing on the masking layer. Okay, and then this little guy. And this little guy. Alright, I would call that a pretty successful sketch. I think this is a pretty great banner design. Alright, now the question is, do I go ahead and try and render the background, or do I just go ahead and try and draw the little guys? I think I go ahead and draw the little guys. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. We'll go in with dark now and do a better refined sketch over it, just to make sure everything ends up coming out nicely. Yeah. I think I can have it be a little smaller. There we go. Just so I can see how everything is going to end up getting defined out. But yeah, now I'm starting to think, because I've somehow gotten the attention of an amazing artist like Blue. So now I'm like, all right, now I gotta start thinking and finalizing my ideas that I've just been having in my notes app for stuff like emotes and channel point rewards and stuff. So I guess I'll just talk about that while I'm getting a more refined sketch going. I think what it's gonna kind of ultimately end up being is, these little Monchis will be the kind of channel mascots, and will be the little symbols that I have for pretty much everything. And representing my little Twitch art account, or little Twitch channel. So what I'll probably do is, like, have them be most of, like, what consists of my emotes, and, like, doing different expressions. Like, I have a list, and I'll probably go into the list on stream, maybe not tomorrow. Tomorrow I don't stream. On Wednesday. Yeah, because today's Monday. That's right. But yeah, on my regularly scheduled stream of Wednesday, I'll probably go more in depth and see how that'll turn out with what I want to have my different little channel emotes and points go towards. So we'll do that, and then yeah, some of the ones, I guess I'll just read off of them since I'm here anyways. Let's see. What do I have? What do I have in the old notes app for Twitch? Yeah, Twitch things. Yeah, so one of the things that I definitely want to do indefinitely for sure is one of the redeems I want to be able to make for channel points is having a drawing request little thing that I'll have, and I'll put some basic rules in there for what can and can't be redeemed, and like how detailed it'll be, because that's one of my favorite things when I'm going to interact with different art streamers, is going in and seeing that it's like, hey, they have an option to get you, like, you can request like a little doodle or a little sketch. There's even some artists that I've seen that will, for like a pretty sizable amount of channel points, which is fair, but they'll like have channel redeems where you can just get like free commission work done, which that's insane. That's crazy work. But I respect them and I appreciate them for it, because that's what's keeping me. That's obviously not the only reason. Like, I want to be here because, ooh, very cool, pretty art. 9 times out of 10 it's furries. Obviously, you know, that's what the PNG tuber is a furry. But that's one of the things I was like super duper excited about, is like, I love when I get to draw something that somebody else really likes, no matter what like the media is and stuff like that, or like what it is, like if it's a character that they like from something, or if it's their character, because like something that you will learn about me if you stick around is I am a huge, huge D&D nerd. And so I love like character creation. I'm kind of a perma DM in the realms of Dungeons and Dragons. So I love character building and making art for people and doing stuff like that. So that's kind of been the thing that I for sure want to get set up as soon as I'm able to, is an ability for people to request things for me to draw. Just because it'll be something I think that'll be really fun to keep people engaged, and is something that I think will help me level up my art ability. As well as the generic stretch reminders and water reminders as well. But that should be fine for that arm, right? Yeah. And then I have like a ton of different ideas for different like channel emotes and stuff like that. So some of the ones that I'm gonna have, like that I have like on the docket of concept work, is like a super big like cheesy smile and all of these are gonna be just like the different little munchies that I have here, and I'll probably create a lot more different colors and stuff like that. But like that, and then like the little that one emoji, what's it? I don't know what it's called, but it's like that one that has like the big little, the big eyes. I don't know what this one's called. The little, whatever that is. That one, but in Manchi form, and like even the little, like the little fingers, the whatever this is. Whatever this is. That one. If I can't recall the words, I have the ability to just draw it, which is so powerful that I can do that. Cause like that's something that confuses me so much about people that use and are supportive of generative AI. It's like, why? Like, first off, why? In general, like it's so bad. But like also at its core, like why would you deprive yourself of the joys that is making something yourself? Because it's so cool. Like I feel so genuinely rewarding. Or even like getting engaged with people that have the ability to do that. Like they're such cool people. But yeah, so like that little emotes, those are the emotes that I have in my brain. I'll probably do like different LGBT flag colors and like gender identities and stuff like that. Just like have the Monchis and like have their coloring in be separated in a way that has the different flag colors. That's one that I'll definitely do, and do a huge library of those. And then, did I give this guy eyebrows? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. What are some other ones I have ideas for? Ooh, like a side eye one, like the way that like a dog kind of looks at you from the side. I love when dogs do that. It's like one of my favorite expressions. So that'll be one that I want to turn into an emote. And then like different emotions like fear and rage and stuff like that. Those will be good. Like maybe a little laughing one too. And then ones that I want to do that'll end up probably being like animated or something like that. That I'll have one like eating popcorn, because I feel like that one's very universal. I feel like that one can be well utilized in any form of chat. But yeah, as you can tell from me having all of these ideas, that this has been something that, while I haven't been doing the actual streaming part of it for such a long time, it's still something that I'm very passionate about, because I've been an artist for a very long time. I went to school in high school. I went to animation. I went and majored in animation during my high school career, and then I had some time right out of high school that I was doing online courses as a visual development major, which that's basically just big words for concept artist, professional concept artist talk. That's what I was studying, because that's my favorite part of the production pipeline of any creative project. I own like a ungodly amount of, what's it called? Like the behind the scenes, the like makings of, and like the concept art books. I own so many of those. And so that's what I was going to school for. And then as life be life, and I eventually got to a point where I was traveling so much and moving around so much that I kind of had to put a pause on school. But as you can see, this like drawing and creating things like this is something that I'm still very, very passionate about and wanted to do more of. And I had tried like doing social medias like Instagram, like TikTok. And I mean, it's definitely not anything big numbers wise as far as I think what other people are capable of that have been utilizing social media in ways that I haven't really been able to, because I didn't really grow up doing it all that often. I didn't grow up using it all that often. So a lot of this stuff is very new territory for me that I'm just now kind of getting used to and exposed to. And so it's something that I am very, like, I'm just okay with taking it at a slower pace, because it's like, you know, I have other platforms where I've got like, I think like maybe like a little over like 1,000 followers on those. And I'm definitely proud of that. And I am happy that I have that as something that I could, you know, announce to people like, hey, I'm going over to Blue Sky. I'm going over to Twitch. I'm shifting up my platform in a way that I think speaks to me better, because I'm more in love with the pre-production stages and like the sketching stages and like the makings of stuff more than I am like a final product. Because like, don't get me wrong, a nice final product is definitely well and good and is something that I really, really enjoy. Like, I love to be able to have something that I'm making and then be able to be like, wow, I can't believe that I did that. Like, that's so cool. I love this thing that I've made. That's awesome. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not too worried about there being this really nice final product that I'm making. And more so, like, I want there to be this, I want to have people around for the process. Because like I had said before with the whole thing of me having gone to art school, it's like, I got to be surrounded by so many cool and creative people with so many different mediums that they were using, so many different styles, so many different ideas, that it's like I really missed having that, because I had moved so much and have always moved so much. I think I've moved like maybe 35 times, I want to say, in my life, maybe more. And I'm only 21, so obviously that's a lot of moving around. So for me, it was like I had stayed in one place for a while and gotten to go to art school, and that was such a big deal for me. And so now it's like I've moved again, and I've moved away from that small bit of roots that had started growing that I had built myself. And now I'm in a different place where it's like, okay, you know, I've got a very wonderful, loving partner. I've got a cool, stable job. I'm making money. I don't have too much, I'm fortunate enough to not have a lot of insane, crazy high bills that I have to pay or anything like that. So now it's like, cool, I have this stability now, but now what? Like, now what do I want to do with that? Because it's like, where my real passion lies is in art. And so like, again, I tried to do that with utilizing platforms like Instagram, like TikTok, and it just, you know, I think it's been fun, but it wasn't that type of social media. I don't think was something that really spoke to me. Definitely not in the ways that like my little bit of time that I've started here on Twitch definitely has, because it's something that I'm interacting with people in real life, like live. Like, yes, there's this separation and this barrier that's there when it comes to, like, I'm not like talking to anybody live in person, but I am I am still interacting with people and letting people get to peer into the creative process and have people be included in that creative process, which I think is so valuable because I feel like you get to have this different level of creativity that gets to be made because you have people that can give you different ideas, or you have people there that can put in some input, or just be there to interact in a way that, like, the best way I can almost like analogy it out is like growing up. Like, I remember being younger and like being on a trampoline or swimming in a pool or being at a park and like having something that was like entertaining me motor function wise, but then also having the like wonderful company of these really cool people in whatever the interaction was, where there's almost like a flow state that happens there where it's like you don't get too caught up in the little tiny like imperfections, because it's like when it's just me drawing by myself and not having somewhere else to output some of my mental energy into, I think I can almost stump myself up. And I think that's true. I think that's something that's true for a lot of other like artists and creators and stuff like that. Is or I mean, obviously I can't speak for everybody in that realm, but I think it is something that does hold true for a lot of people, that we can almost be something that trips us up more than anything else is our own perfectionist like habits. And so, oh, look at that. That's so good. All right. So yeah, we're going to take this down a little more, and then we are going to clipping mask and make it blue. Make it blue. Okay. And now we can go in and do some line art. Fun times. Okay. Is this going to be way too tiny? Oh, actually, it'll be way too large. Hold on. Right there? Yeah. But yeah, this platform and streaming art on Twitch is something that I have very much enjoyed, both as a consumer and both as a creator. It is something that I look forward to doing for a very long time, no matter where my, creative artist journey takes me, because I feel like doing stuff like this will inspire me to end up making some kind of physical merch, or end up going to conventions and actually hosting a booth, like doing things that I said I was going to do so long ago, and wanted to do for the longest time, but just never really had, I think, the initiative to get that going, just because there was already so much going on in my life to begin with. But then honestly, the Blue Bites, I think is honestly a perfect example of that it's life happens, and sometimes it sucks, and sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's bad. But at the end of the day, it's you can still make that decision to commit yourself to something that that pours back into you. And I think that that's something that people should do. I think that that's something that we should be allowed to invest ourselves in, these things that maybe, unfortunately, just with the state of the world and where how the creative industry is getting reshaped and stuff like that, specifically in the realms of art, is that, we could be focused on all of the negatives that are all around us, but I honestly feel like one of the best forms of protest is, I'm learning that one of the best forms of protest is living well in spite of things that are going wrong. And I think that that's something that everybody should have in their mindset, and pour themselves into something like that. Because for me, I didn't, before I started doing art streaming, something I had kind of poured myself into was doing stuff for Dungeons and Dragons, and pouring resources and time and money and energy into it. And I still very much love it and want to continue to do that. But it's something that I realized, it's I need to create a different outlet that is something that is solely controlled by me, that I can just pop in and out of whenever, whenever my energy calls for it or whenever it feels like I need it. Also, this brush I think might be a little too... I think I'm going to do a different pen for the line art on this one. Let's see. I'm not sure if it should be more... Because I kind of like the pencil-y look, so I think I'm going to stick with that. Yeah, because this is a little less pixely and a little smoother, so I kind of like that. We'll go with that. Yeah, this feels better. Because I like that like pencil-y textured look to it from the sketch, so I'm like, I want to have that end up being in the final rendering. But I think at the end of the day, this is something that I love so much because it's something that I've actively seen that there is a market for, that there are people that genuinely really love getting to watch creatives just do their thing and interact with, other human beings. Because I think that's something that, if anything, the market has almost like gone up for, is like seeing real human beings make art and be passionate about their craft in real time. Because I think it's almost intimidating to go in and see like the super successful and amazing artists and all of their finished works. Like not all the time. Like that's not entirely something that's like the whole state of mind is just like, oh wow, like they're super scary and intimidating. But for me, it definitely can be where it's like, I don't feel like I had the same kind of upbringing almost that I think a lot of artists that I've interacted with do have, where it's like I didn't get a lot of exposure to social media or the internet or anything like that until much later in my life. So a lot of that like online connection, which I think is where a lot of that inspiration comes from for a lot of other artists, that I didn't get that. And so I think for a long time that kind of was something that I thought disconnected me from all these other people. Like there was this big club that everybody was a part of that I just didn't like. Not that I didn't get invited to. It was, I am ultimately grateful for getting exposed to those things later in my life, because now it's like I think I almost get to enjoy them more, that a lot of this stuff is first time experience that I really am so grateful for. But one thing that I will say that does really bug me is the fact that it's like, cool, great. Now I finally am at a point where I can, maturely and safely enjoy all of these amazing tools and resources. But now you got to go and screw up all those tools and resources and communities, these big corporations and stuff like that. You are such a fantastic talker, man. Thank you. I've been practicing for this my entire life. The undiagnosed autism coming in clutch. And all of my random life experiences of moving and traveling and being a jack of all trades really has kind of been something that I think has helped me with being more comfortable being like streaming live and stuff like that. Because most of like what I was saying before, just that I didn't have the same exposure to a lot of things that I think most kids did, or like most young adults do now, where I'm kind of unfamiliar with a lot of stuff. But then I think, if anything, I get to pick and choose and take away from those interactions and those medias and these communities, where it's like I'm getting to build one that looks like what I envisioned when I was a kid, what I wanted to have access to. And I think a lot of people that I have met are drawn to that. And I really like that. I like being able to be this harborer of that good energy and that safe space for people, both in real life and like, in a digital community, because like I have a fairly big family as far as things, traditional family sizes go, I think. And that is something that I have always valued, is having interactions with real human beings and getting to be around them and stuff like that. And I think something that I have come to understand becoming a young adult, where it's like now I'm out of that like organized chaos of my home, as far as like always having people around and always some kind of conversation or noise or like just energy moving around, that it's like I know I still very much want that. So how do I make that with all of these tools that I have at my disposal now? And I think that art streaming, I think, blends all of those things that I love so much so perfectly together. And it's something that I'm watching these roots get, I think, planted in this new digital format. And it's something that I'm really excited to see how it evolves and who I can connect with and what I'm able to make. Because, like, listening to a lot of other art streamers, it's like a lot of them have these amazing and awesome ideas and wants for creative projects. And unfortunately, just due to the state of the world, just don't have the time and resources for it, because things like bills exist, and just having to pay rent and put food on the table, and in some people's cases taking care of pets and kids and families, that it's like now entering this new chapter as a young adult. It's like I want to be able to breathe life into all these different people and share these creative projects and ask other creatives, like, yeah, tell me more about this idea that you have, because I would love to see it and possibly like maybe make some kind of like of my own fan art for it or anything like that. Like that would be something that I think would be so cool, just to have like not only build up an interaction and a community with people that are, just watching me draw, but then be able to also be on a platform where there are so many other incredibly talented artists that I could build connections with and I could be connected to and become friends with. Not saying that's obviously like that's not what has to happen by any means. Like that's not what I'm necessarily expecting from anybody, but it's something that I've seen that people genuinely just naturally seem to want. Like I think it's just a natural want as human beings, is we want to connect with other people and we want to share our ideas and nerd out about the things that we like or that we want, or just how our day is going. Like that's, at least for me, like that's something I definitely miss, is being able to have that, because that's something that I understood, I think, from a very young age, that I was super duper, I wouldn't say dependent on, but almost like I trusted in it as far as having this outlet when it came to being younger and having these like resources for community, like having, being in a time and an age where it's like you could interact with your neighbors a little bit more regularly, and you'd go to school and you'd have these, at the beginning of the year you'd have these strangers, but by the end of it, or wherever you were at, you would end up having some friends and people in your life that, now that I'm an adult, it's like there's some people that I know that I could immediately call up, and wherever they are in the world, it's like I know I can count on them. And it's like, that's something that I value very, very much. But it's still something that it's like, I miss the mundanity of that. I miss being able to have those resources just at my fingertips. And it's like, what's crazy is that we technically all do. Like, we have the ability to, like, we have all these tools that allow us to communicate whenever, wherever. But I think that within that, we totally, I think, forget that it's like communicating is one thing, but connecting is another. And that's the part that I really want to get back into, is really connecting with others and getting to interact with others in a more authentic way, as opposed to just, with other social medias. Like, it's why I don't think it clicked for me, was like, okay, well, I can I can post this piece of art, or I can share this thing that resonates with me, or comment, or do just the generic social media things, and that's all fine and great. But at the end of the day, it's like it did never really feel like there was much connection happening there, just more so communication. But now that I've been here on Twitch for the short amount of time that I have been, and using it more as a consumer, it's like I've been so fortunate. I've got like, I think 3 or 4 different art streamers that I have gotten gifted subs from, and that was the coolest thing ever, to just see that notification and be like, oh my gosh, now I feel like I'm part of this club. Like, I just got an invite to this club, essentially, of amazing people, and just get to sit here and be immersed in this little community and feel so included. Which, that's not to say that it's like that was required. Like, I was already still very engaged with these awesome artists that I was watching. But then, having been engaged with Twitch more, like literally this past week alone, I've gotten like 4 different gifted subs for all these different artists, and I've been showing up in their streams regularly, to the point where I'll check in and be like, hello, like I'm here and I'm watching, or I'll like contribute my own little opinions or thoughts to whatever the conversation is. And these amazing artists are like, oh, hey, this person, like Radley, it's you. It's like, that's so cool. You know me. But I think it's almost like, it definitely can, I think, teeter on that realms of like parasocial, where it's like, yeah, like you don't know me as a person necessarily, but I think what's so great about being an art streamer is that it's like, you can be known pretty well for who you are and what you like and how you want to be seen authentically, if that's the platform that you're building. Because and this is no hate to any other type of creator at all, but I know that there's a lot of other different spaces within the realms of like Twitch specifically, that a lot of the stuff almost feels very branded in the realms of like, this isn't like who someone is genuinely as a person. This is more so just a persona, just this character that they've established for this specific part of their life. And again, there's zero hate for anybody that creates that kind of content at all. I think that there's definitely a time and a space for that. And I think that's why, like for me personally, I engage with things like Dungeons and Dragons, is being able to step into that realm. And I think that's almost kind of what a lot of other people utilize that kind of social media platforming for, in a similar way. But for me, it's like, when I utilize these tools that connect me to so many other human beings, that it's like, that aren't in on, like in Dungeons and Dragons, where it's like you're all sat down and it's like, we are all committing to this bit, to this story, and playing these characters for this purpose, that it's like, that's not what everybody's here for. That's not everybody's thing. And that the platform that I want to create is one where it's like, yeah, I've got this little character that's here that you see as like this visual representation, but that's less so like a hindrance on who I am, and more so I almost feel like a friendly identifier of like, oh, hey, it's this guy, it's Lee. And like, I like that. I almost like it more so as this form of creative expression and ability to connect with others in a way that it's like, I get to be seen in the ways that I want to, and like in the authentic ways that I want to, and allow myself to be known more so for what I have to say, and like the topics, and like what I want to draw and show as a creative. That it's like, that's what I want people to focus on. That's more so where my intention lies, because, and it's really a bummer, like the state of the world, like genuinely, like I'm not going to focus on it too much, because that's not what I want my platform to be about. But like that's part of me, and I'm very proud of that. And that's something I think is very important, is that I am like, part of my like cultural heritage is that I'm Mexican. And so seeing a lot of what's going on in the world for people of all different types of cultures and ethnicities and ways of expressing themselves, and ways of expressing themselves that it's not a choice, it's just who these people are, whether it's their culture, their gender, their, romantic orientation, whatever it is, just these ways of life of just simply existing, that people can, I think, get so caught up in that, and that's what we're seeing a lot in the world, and that's something that it's like, you know what, I want to create a platform that not only do I want to celebrate those things and honor those things in a space that is safe and that is welcoming to other people to do the same, but I also want to be able to just, again, like that simple form of protest, that sometimes the best thing you can do is live well in spite of the circumstances of the world. And so that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm making art that I think celebrates that inner child and that authenticity that I think all human beings genuinely crave, and just wanting to make things, just wanting to connect with people and share those moments. And it's something for me that I think it really can frustrate me, because you encounter, I think we're like in this era of time with like teenagers and young adults where being passionate and being authentic, it's almost frowned upon, which is insane to me. But it's something that I see so much, because like I have 3 younger siblings, all at various decreasing ages, and seeing the ways that they're growing up and the types of community that they're surrounded by, it's like that it can bum me out sometimes, because I'm like, what happened to just wanting to watch, for me at least, this is a specific example for me, just read comics and watch cool superhero movies and nerd out and watch cartoons and eat good food and dance and listen to music and play games. In my mind, being an oldest, because I'm the oldest in the household, and so being an older sibling, it's I already did all that. I already, in my mind at least of what I experienced, it's I already went through that part of my life of having to be mature. And those skills are definitely helpful now, where it's I can maintain a lot of my adult life things that I need to, as far as bills and credit and, all these things that are these made up stupid concepts that have somehow become the controllers of everybody else's lives. It's okay, cool. I'm doing all the stupid adult things that I need to do because I have to. But the reality is that it's now that I'm an adult, it's I want to do all of that stuff. I just want to pour all of my resources into doing the things that I love genuinely and want to upkeep, as far as investing in physical medias and spending my time doing stuff that's just fun, that I just enjoy. So look at all that. I did this while just yapping away. That's crazy. Alright, and then I'm going to also add a thicker outline on top of that. Yeah. And we'll do that with this one? No. We'll do that with the same one, just a little bigger, and then we'll duplicate it after. That's what we'll do. But yeah, I've just been so excited to get to see and watch all these other different creatives and all their very unique different platforms and ways of expressing themselves, and getting to interact with them through chats and ask questions and do things in a way that I feel genuinely connects with who they are as people, not just as these people that are also artists. Because I think that in that same vein of there's a difference between communication and connection, I think art is both, where it's a lot, I think, of the social medias that exist treat art more like a form of communication as opposed to a form of connection. And it's I want to get back to that form of it being a form of connection. That's what I want to create as far as a community and stuff like that for not only myself, but for other people that are also looking for that want that. 'Cause like, that's how I grew up. Like, that's what I love, is just connecting with people. And, for the longest time, it was something that I think could separate me from people, was having these specific interests that, like, not everybody was always on the same wavelength of, like, nerding out about, which is fine, like, not everybody's gonna want to nerd out about the same things as you or be interested in the same things, which, that's totally okay. But being able to now have access to tools where I can pretty much curate my audience and be surrounded by people that are also super duper into freaking Dungeons and Dragons and Marvel and drawing and video games, that it's like all these things that I'm so obsessed with and that I love so much, and just want to have a platform of people to interact with when it comes to that. It's like, I can do that. Like, we can just do this. Like, I can just draw stuff and make a PNG tuber and make a quick little setup, or set up a social media platform, and then just start doing that. Because I think, like, that's just something that's so well known at this point that it's almost forgotten, is that both the easiest and the hardest step of anything is the first one. And so taking these first steps and just being okay with wherever that takes me, like, has been one of the coolest things that I've gotten to do and want to commit myself to, as far as being engaged with this specific platform, being engaged with creating stuff that will hopefully and ultimately be something that can be these identifiers of, like, oh, hey, I know that artist. I like that artist. They're cool. I like being in their streams, or I like interacting with them, or, oh, like, whatever it is. That it's like, that is so cool to me. Like, that is so, so cool. And I'm really, really excited to see just how everything ends up shaping out. And at the end of the day, it's like the mindset that I've always lived with and have kind of just been taught and raised with, is like, expect the best and prepare for the worst. And what's so cool is sometimes understanding that the quote unquote worst is that, like, in this case of what I'm doing with this platform, is that it's like the quote unquote worst, which is not even that bad at all, is that I will ultimately just have this thing that will encourage me to pour myself into improving my art ability. So at the end of the day, it's like, the bare minimum of what's going to happen is that I will just have something that I can be proud of, that I committed to, and have something that I'm able to look back on and be like, wow, look how much I improved, because now I'm actually taking the time to get back into, it's like committing a certain amount of time to this craft, to practicing, to just being engaged with it, with just getting quote unquote pencil to paper. Because that was something I was doing before I started streaming, was I was like being very intentional just with the state of all of the media sources, that it's like, with all of the like streaming services and all of the like brain rot content that's out there, that it's like, you know what, I need to sit down and I actually need to be intentional about what it is that I'm watching and that I'm engaging with. And so that was something that I had done like literally every day at work, because I'm able to just pop in an AirPod and just do my thing. And so for the longest time, I was like listening to Dungeons and Dragons podcasts and just listening to stuff for me that I genuinely enjoyed. That was like my first little baby step into like utilizing my time for me. And then I started investing myself into watching just different creative content, as far as like different artists talking about their creative processes and their different like mindsets and ways of thinking. And one of the things that I encountered in doing that was that a lot of what art is not these amazing, finished products. That a lot of the times what it is just committing yourself to this activity almost in the same way that you would when like you work out or like you exercise, is that stop thinking about it like as something that you're trying to create this, you know, this perfect drawing or this perfect piece of whatever it is as a creative or as anybody that's doing anything, and just commit yourself to the action of making something. And I think that that's so important now more than ever, is that like one of the things that was an example in one of the videos that I watched was, I think it was what's the guy that wrote it, Stephen King, I think that's, yeah, Stephen King. One of the things that he does apparently is that he commits himself to like writing like a certain number of pages like every single day. Like he will write something every single day. And whether, you know, whether it's good, whether it's bad, it's like he will commit a certain amount of time in every single one of his days of being alive to simply creating something, to writing. And it's like, that was something for me where it was like, that's when it clicked. It was for me, it was just like, not that specific example, but just that specific mindset that I started to understand with all of these artists that I was following, that it's like, I don't need to make something perfect. That is not the purpose of art at all. It is simply to just make things and work towards being better. But also within that, being able to have this good semblance of balance of like, you know, you don't want to end up getting into almost like this mindset that I think a lot of people can get caught up in and end up getting burnt out because of, is that idea that it's like, you know, you always, like the hustle culture, that it's like you always need to be improving, you always need to be doing better. So and so's like, you know, like having artists that it's like, oh, this person's younger, this person, like comparative stuff. It's like, no, like one person's 100% is not, more often than not, 9 times out of 10 is not going to look like somebody else's 100%. And being able to understand that and be okay with that. What layer is this? Hold on. Oh, okay, there's just the mask underneath. Okay. But being able to come to terms with that idea of, all right, you know, as long as you know that you put your 100% into something, that's all that matters. Like, that's all that you need to be concerned with. It's like, well, so-and-so did it, you know, better, faster, or whatever it is, like with less training. Like, there's always going to be somebody that is better than you. There's always going to be something that you can look up at and aspire towards. And you can see that thing that's always going to be there, no matter what. And you have control over your own, the only things you have control over are your own attitude and effort. And so being able to recognize that and then see those things that are above you in whatever the format of whatever it is that you are committing yourself to, literally in any field, like sports, academics, art, professional environments and jobs, like, yeah, there's always going to be somebody that has more, that knows more, that does better, like whatever it is, these comparative things, like, yeah, that's always going to be there no matter what. But being able to recognize that as more so a source of inspiration of like, you know, looking up to people and to things, as opposed to having it be something that like depletes your own passion. Like being able to find that balance, because at the end of the day, it's like, not everybody's circumstances, like literally nobody's circumstances are the same as one another's. And being able to recognize that and be like, you know what? I did the best that I could with the tools that I have, and I am proud of that. And I'm doing good with that, and I'm improving. I think that's the ultimate step for me, that I think was the final thing that I needed to unlock to eventually do stuff like this, was just like, you know what? I'm just going to do my best, because that's all I can do. And whether people gravitate to it or not, I have no control over that, but I know that this is the kind of platform I want to make. This is how I want to be seen. This is what I want to be known for. And I'm going to let the universe take the wheel and let everything else just kind of happen from there. Because that's it. That's all I have control over. But yeah, that's just the wavelength that I've been operating on and just kind of sticking with when it comes to just sticking with art as something that I'm super duper passionate about and want to continue to pour my energy into. Look at that. Little guys. All right, what time is it? Let's check. It is currently almost 7 o'clock. Okay, I should probably take a sip of water because I've been going at it for a while now. Sippies of water complete. All right, mic back. Cool, okay. All right, now that the line art's done for these, do I even need to duplicate this layer? Is it really that big of a difference? Yeah, it does look cleaner. We'll do that. And then do I need to duplicate this one? Nah, okay. But I will fix this. Because, like, it's a little disaligned. There we go. But again, this stream honestly I think has been the ultimate like fruits of that, like not even labor, just the ultimate fruits of I think just continuing to stay committed to something that I am passionate about. Because I think that there are so many people that are in a similar boat as me as far as wanting to have that outlet and have that resource to be able to just tap into whenever they want to. And I'm doing it. And it's something that I'm really excited, like I said, I'm really excited to see where this ends up taking off too. Yeah, that's better. Look at these little guys. Alright, I think I'll go ahead and just get these all done and colored and everything. Because why not? Oh, too large. But yeah, it'll be really cool to see the types of creative projects that I end up getting involved with just because of this platform alone. I'm excited to see and knock on all of the different doors that are going to present themselves to me from staying committed to this. Because, like, I know for a fact that, just today as an example of just deciding to go on to this artist that I really have enjoyed for such a long time, speaking about Blue Bite specifically, who I've really enjoyed their art, and you know, I follow so many artists, and so being able to tune into their art account and in the back of my head be like, oh wow, I haven't seen content from them in a long time, I recognize this person's art, and then being able to go in and read their post about what they've been going through, and then being more engaged with like, oh, I'm going to make sure I show up to their live stream because this is an artist that I really, really enjoy and is being very vulnerable with where they are at. That it's like getting to go in and stay there and be connected and interact and then and then get connected to them through that. That it's like, that's awesome. Like, I want more of that. Like, I'm gonna be going to more art conventions and going and seeking out these places to connect with people that are on that same wavelength and want those same things and want to interact with other people that are wanting those same things. That it's just it's taking that initial mindset way back when of like, okay, I'm going to be intentional about the content that and the media that I'm, you know, putting into my brain and ingesting, and now taking that one step further, and it's like, I need to do that for everything. I need to take that mindset and sprinkle it all over every single thing that I do, and commit myself to, whenever I have the ability to, when I, when the needs are met, when I have what I need to done and I'm doing what I'm supposed to when it comes to paying my bills and, doing my job and doing all the things that I have to do to simply just survive, unfortunately, that once all of those needs are comfortably met and I am well rested and I am healthy and all of these things that are super duper important, that, after I'm able to maintain that, it's like, all right, now I need to take that mindset that I used to be intentional about what I'm surrounding myself, just myself with, and take that into, now I need to go and surround myself with that in a community. And be unapologetic about it, because that whole thing of I think a lot of the culture that exists now with being authentic, it's like a lot of people I think they do resonate with that on a deep level. I just think they won't allow themselves to, which is so weird. That's so weird to me. That's more weird to me than anything else. And also I need to get this color. But that to me is something that's so odd, because it's why would you deprive yourself of that? Because there's so many people that I interact with, or I will try to communicate these things to, where I can just physically feel it, that it's it's not that deep, it's not that serious. What? What are you talking about? Yes, it is. Maybe it isn't to you, and you won't allow yourself to indulge in those things that, yeah, those things are important. I care about that. It's serious to me. Cool. If you're just going to sit there and you're going to make a mockery of this thing, of these morals and ideas that I have for my life and who I want to surround myself with, it's all right, cool. Then get out of the way. Then I don't need to make space or time for you then, if that's how you're going to be. I think a lot of people, would benefit so much from just distancing themselves from those types of people. And unfortunately, sometimes that's not always something that everybody has complete control over, because those types of people are everywhere. And so it's you're going to eventually encounter someone like that. But it's with the realms that you do have in your control, one of the things, when I was younger, one of the analogies that my mom had kind of given to me and my siblings was imagine your life and your energy as a dartboard. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to just sit here and I'm going to draw this. Imagine your life as a dartboard, and imagine that within that dartboard, that's you are here. You are at the center of that dartboard, and all these other outer rings that come out of that. It's the next closest ring to you is your family or your friends or your chosen family, the people that are super duper close and immediately around you that know you very well. And then the next ring outside of that is okay, cool, your classmates, your coworkers, people that are within your immediate community, and then on and on and on and on, just further and further out. And at the end of the day, it's I think that was something that my mom had taught us, was just people can get so caught up in these outer rings that it's they don't realize that their center is becoming unstable, that you need to take the time to recenter back into what's important to you. Sometimes even so far into that center that you need to take some space and time away from the people that love and care about you, and you love and care about them. And that's something that I think can scare a lot of people, because it's no, that's not, I'm not doing this because I don't want you around. It's because I need this for me. I need to have this as something just for me. And sometimes part of that is being surrounded by people and communicating that to the people that you care about and to trusted people. But that's not for everybody. That's not how everybody communicates and what they need to refuel themselves with. And so that's something where it's if you need to take time and space away from people that are immediately around you, that's totally fine. Allow yourself to do that, because at the end of the day, when you do that, it gives you the ability to recharge back to that level of authenticity that allows you to create better connections with those people that you care about and build a stronger internal and like personal foundation for what it is that you want to surround yourself with. Because like I said before, where it's like there's a lot of people that I've interacted with that it's like are in that mindset of like, oh, is it really that serious? Like, is that big of a deal? It's like, yes, to me, very much so. Yes, it is 100%. And if you don't resonate with that, that's totally fine. Cool. Agree to disagree. You do your thing. I'll do mine. But I don't want you a part of my dartboard. I don't want you a part of my world. So you stay on those outer rings, and I'm going to focus on making this super solid center. Look at these little guys. I should probably also color in the pen as well so I don't forget that. We'll do it on a separate layer. But yeah, like that's something that like I think that's going to be a very prevalent thing when it comes to my expressions of what I want my platform to be, is that it's like, you know, there's always going to be time and space and room for the good old haha funnies and the jokes, because yes, you also need that too. Life does not always have to be serious, and I am learning that. I know that now. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's like I'm very focused on making and being intentional with what I'm making and how I'm spending my time. So being able to communicate that and give other people a platform where they can also be in that same frequency, I guess, that makes me happy. I can't believe I just made all this. This is so cool. That's something too that like with this specific platform that it's like I've been making and drawing so much more, and it makes me so happy because like I'm not stumping and psyching myself out. I should probably thicken up these eyebrows a little bit for these guys. Is this the pen? Yeah. We'll thicken up their eyebrows a little bit. But yeah, for those of you that have stuck around, you know, whether you're people that just need something to listen to in the background, or whether you're people that resonate with what I'm saying, or, you know, you want to engage in chat, or you don't. Because, like, that's something else that I'm learning too, especially with this specific platform, is that sometimes all people need is just to kind of lurk in a stream, and that's nice for them. And that's cool. I like being able to build a platform where it's like, you know, you don't have to be as energetic as I am or engaged in the same ways that I am. Like, as long as you're here and you're comfortable and you're happy and you're right where you want to be, that's it. That's all I can ask for. I'm like, that's so cool. I'm so happy that I could potentially give that space to somebody, to anybody. I'm gonna work on little highlights for these guys now. Yeah. All right, light source, we'll just have it come down from here. No, we'll have it come from like here. Yeah, I'll leave that there just to have a signifier. But yeah, I want to put it out there too that I completely encourage you to utilize the chat, ask me questions, you know, anything. I am super duper happy and totally want to engage with anybody that also wants to engage. But at the same time, there's no expectation at all for that. Like, that is not something that is required for you to be here, is to be on the same energy frequency as me. But if you're here and you're vibing, I'm glad you're here. Because sometimes at the end of the day, it's like, I just want to see some cool art get made. And you know what? I can respect that. Because at the end of the day, you guys are helping me get to affiliate because you're sticking around, which is going to boost up my average viewers. So, either way, you are being such an amazing help, and you may not have even known it. And so I want to make sure that I'm communicating that to anybody that's listening, just that, hey, you just being here is being super duper helpful, and I really appreciate it. Because sometimes it's fun to just kind of zone out and draw and make something, or be around somebody that's making something cool. I keep going to draw the hair, and I forget that this is not the layer for that. There we go. No, this eraser is too damn big. Alright. Fingies. Maybe too much highlight. There we go. But yeah, what else can I talk about? Because, oh my goodness, that raid, seriously, I think I'm still getting emotionally whiplashed from that. All positive though. That's seriously going to be something that's going to stick with me as a core memory, I think. Like my baby's first steps into being a more recognized Twitch streamer. Not even recognized, that's not even the right way to put it. Just being more established as a Twitch artist. Like, baby's first steps in that direction. So cool. There we go. Alright, and then this guy. Like that. And like that. And like that. Probably could do with a little more. Yeah. But yeah, I think I can confidently say that, like, the stream history that I have is fairly small at this point, but this one has definitely been the best one so far. And I am so super grateful to anybody and to everybody that is gonna stick around with me. I really appreciate it. But yeah, because, like, I'm super excited to get, like, something that I really want to focus on, I think, is, like, the subconscious goal for art streaming is, just getting better at my craft altogether and learning some more techniques. Like, what I'll probably do for once I'm finally at a point where it's like all the things have been made, I've, like, done all of the different assets and made all the different stuff that I'm at a happy point with where it's all at. It's like I want to commit myself to doing different, like, art studies and oh, this is the wrong layer. This is not where it's supposed to be. Okay. Just skin. Just the skin. Okay. Ooh. Did that draw something? It didn't. Cool. But yeah, that's something that I want to dedicate most of my time to after the point where it's like I've got everything made for some semblance of a digital identity. Is that... Oh my goodness, excuse me, burps. Is that I want to dedicate a good portion of my time to doing different art studies and getting better at just drawing and create a more established style that I'm happy with. Because, like, what I've got for now, like, I'm definitely happy with it. Like, I think I'm at a good place. But I definitely know that I have room for improvement, especially because I've kind of almost been out of the art game for so long. And I really want to get back into it. So I think almost kind of going back to basics is the best place to start. Or is, like, the best place to almost... Like opening an old save file and being like, from a game you haven't played in, like, a year, and being like, dude, I have no clue what's going on. But I do remember the premise enough that it's like, okay, let me just backtrack. Let me turn on the tutorials. Let me get back into my flow state. Because it's like, I know I'm good at this. I know that I can do well at this. Okay, I'm taking another sippies of water. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Okay, sippies of water complete. But it's like, yeah, like, I know that this is something that I enjoy doing. This is something that I want to do. So it's like, cool. Let's start getting back into being committed to that and spending time doing that. And it's like, hey, if along the way we make some really cool friends, whether they're artists or not, or, you know, whatever the platform brings my way, I'm excited. I'm excited to see all that it has to offer. It'll be cool too, because it's like being a jack of all trades. It's like I could totally see myself end up doing other forms of media as streaming content, as far as like what's it called, like different video games and stuff like that. I would have to see though, because like I do have a fairly solid PC. The only thing that I don't trust though is apparently like OBS is like being weird for a lot of people and like not being reliable anymore, which is kind of worrying. But I trust my PC to be able to potentially end up doing content like that, where it's like I'm streaming different games or other content. Because like I have so many cool like games and stuff like that that I've had and have yet to even like play or like finish. Like even just like for the first time like ever. And so that'd be cool to kind of get that like first timers experience within different like games and stuff like that, and live stream that for something. We'll do a teeny tiny one right here, right? That makes sense? Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah! Oh my gosh, this is so cute. I love these little guys so much. This is definitely going to end up being a permanent part of the brand, are these little Monchies. Because like when I was like designing my PNG tuber, I was like, I knew for a fact it was going to probably end up being some kind of furry, like some kind of personas thing going on. And I kept going back and forth between so many different like creatures that I identify with. But then I thought about what's like going back to like my youth and my days of growing up. And I'm still growing up. I'm 21. I'm not even that old. But like going back to that, one of the nicknames that my mom had for me when I was super little was Monchichi, because I was a very, very hairy child. Like I had a very like almost concerning amount of hair growth that was present at such a young age. And so my grandpa had, like, when I was like little bitty baby, was like, oh, like they're a little monkey. It's like, and then my mom coined on that and was like, oh, like a little Monchichi. And it's like, that's kind of just stuck with me internally, I think, for so long, and I never realized it. And now that I'm making stuff, it's like, yeah, I am just a little creature. And it's like, what's so funny is that it's like I don't even really like recognize it as technically being a furry, while it is, like, it very much is. It was something I think that was just so ingrained in my brain as such a normal thing that it's like, yeah, like, I just like being seen as this creative little creature. Like, that's great. I love that. That's so much fun. Alright, and then we'll put a teeny tiny shine right there. That should... No, that won't make sense. Yeah. And then... there. Cool. Nice, look at that. Okay, so yeah, so they'll stay like this and just be these little, like, more cartoony forms. I'll probably try to render the pencil a little bit, but for now, this is good. Oh, I should put the little mark on the tongue, though. Yeah, hold on. Okay, yeah. Boink. A little smaller. There we go. This is so cool. I'm so happy I decided to take the time to make this platform and interact. It's so awesome. But yeah, okay, let's see. Checking the time again. We are at 7:18 p.m. I'm going to probably end up streaming or at least, if as long as OBS is kind to me, because last stream it did crash on me an hour early. So as long as OBS is kind to me, I will continue to stream for the next 2 hours. So let's see. I guess I should just do some simple line art for the background itself and just do that. So let me make a file, or no, I'll make a group that separates these guys out. And then, I should probably include the pencil in that, shouldn't I? Ungroup and regroup. Okay, so then that way I can take those guys away, take the sketch away, and then turn off the mask. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so we'll do the line art layer for this now. I'll have it be that same kind of pencil-y look, just to have something refined a bit more. Yeah. But yeah, something that I would love to end up seeing or having get known for is, like, I really liked making my PNG tuber for my, like, this little character here. And I would love to be able to make PNG tubers for other people, because one of the things I had in my mind as far as like what I think could be cool to do with that is like having make PNG tubers for literally any kind of creative project, because I had talked about it, I think, in one of my, like, I think my first stream, just like how cool would it be to have some kind of setup, whether like for something like Dungeons and Dragons. As you can see, my brain always ends up going back to that. But having some, like, that was just like the first example that I thought of, where it's like having something like Dungeons and Dragons where you could have a call set up and everybody's got a little PNG tuber of their character, and like have maybe like different status effects for them, like when they're bloodied or, if they're unconscious or stuff like that, and have those resources for whether it's like personal play or whether it's I think it needs to go lower. Yeah. Whether it's just like for personal use, just for yourself to have fun with, or whether it's something where it's like somebody's making content for like a live play thing, or a like some of their own content. I think that would be super duper cool to get to make something for a project like that, or even like I said, even just for like personal use. Wire gets a little thick there. I'm gonna shrink that down. Cool. Because like that's something else I'm also really proud of that I can say, is that it's like, because of all of my traveling and interacting with so many different people and places, I've gotten to be a part of so many cool creative projects. Namely, like, I've gotten to illustrate children's books for like family friends that were writing, and like I've gotten to do an art mural in Las Vegas, and like there's like I don't know what it's called, like an art wrap around like a little electrical box in Vegas as well. Vegas was the place, like that's where I went to my art high school. And so I got to be involved with so many different cool creative projects, not just because of my going to art school, but just because my mom has always made it a point that wherever we traveled to, because of moving so much, that we need to get involved with the community in whatever way, shape, or form that ends up turning out. And so as I got older and got to the age where it's like, I can start doing things independent of like my family and stuff like that, it's like that's how I ended up getting involved with so many cool creative like I made different like posters and like graphics and designs and logos for all of these really cool organizations and companies and events and stuff like that. Like that really was like my time. I think my ultimate growth as an artist was having that time in Vegas to get to really explore all these different creative avenues. So yeah, so I've gotten to be involved in so much cool stuff that it's like now having a really good understanding of that, basically like just the production pipeline of like, this is how these kinds of things get done. There we go. And then being able to take all of those resources and lessons with me as I've gone and on and I'm doing stuff like this, where it's like I'm basically just doing my own creative projects. It's like now I get to utilize all of that time and energy. Not that it's like doing those actual projects themselves were so freaking cool, and I am so grateful that I got to do that. But it's something where it's like now I can take it one step further and utilize it for whatever it is that I want to do with my own time and energy outside of school, outside of community work, because that was something that was important to my family and it's still very much important to me. But it's like, okay, cool. Now I can do whatever I want with that. Now I can let people know, and I can use that experience and share that experience with other people that didn't have those same opportunities to be engaged creatively that same way, and help them get to make stuff come to life that they really want to creatively. All very cool stuff. Oh no. Oh. We're fine. iPad, don't do me like that. That scared the crap out of me. Okay. There's a hair on my screen. I was trying to get it off, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, home screen. Like, no. Put me back. Okay, I'm gonna do another symmetry layer to get the iPad in. Nope. But yeah, it's just, I think it's so cool to be able to interact with people as my platform is building, because that was something for me as like someone that was interacting with creatives, where it's like it felt so cool to get to engage with somebody or their project like before it turned into this big thing. Like, one of the things for me that I can think of as an example is like the Netflix animation adaptation of Nimona. I remember being, I think, like probably early middle school, I want to say, and reading the comic that's based off of, and getting so excited when they announced that was something that was being made, because it was like, dude, I love that piece of media. I love that artist. That's so cool that's a thing that's happening. Oh, jeez. And so it's like, in that similar vein, it's something that I think can hold true just for interacting with creative people, that it's like, I can't even imagine, like, I think about the creators and stuff like that I interacted with, like that, or like, not that I interacted with, but like the creators that are super big now that I've always like really enjoyed and have been watching their content for a long time, just in different facets of like content. Like one of the ones that comes to mind immediately is like Jacksepticeye, and like watching him like grow into this fully fledged adult man. And it's like, in comparison, it's like he already was compared to me, but it's so crazy like going back, because like a lot of his older videos are things that I still watch to this day as just like little pieces of comfort media for myself. And I think that's so cool. Like, how cool would it be to be like one of those people that were like his first hundreds of subscribers, his first few batches of people that were like, I like this guy, I'm gonna stick around. And then being able to have that be something that now they can like be like, dude, I remember watching this guy when he was literally just starting out. Like, to me, that's such a cool thing to be able to have that. Oh no, oh, whoops, that's why I did that. I forgot that this mirror was still on. That doesn't need to be there. So it's like, I'm excited to interact and like have those few people that will end up sticking around and be like, oh hey, this person, you know, so and so, of like, you know, whoever it is, that it's like there's going to be people that I think are going to resonate, that I hope resonate, and want to stick around and see what I have to make or talk about or anything like that. And be able to kind of have these little companions to take along the way of my creative journey on this platform. Look at that. Okay, cool. So now I can push that down a little farther. And, okay, and then we'll add this back on top. And then, honestly, what I'll probably do is go in and erase. No, because there's so many layers. What should I do from here? Honestly, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and do some base coloring just to get that laid out. Oh, you know what? Oh, this would be so crazy if this would actually work. Hold on. Let me try getting this to line up with this and see how that looks. Because this might actually be a crazy move. Hold up. Oh my gosh, hold on. This might actually be the move right here. To utilize both of the things that I made. What? Hold on, I want to see that with these little guys on top as well. Maybe what I'll do is I'll actually move this a little bit to the... Whoa, 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 whoa. Procreate. Chill out. Move this to the side a little bit. And then that way you can see me. And then I will take those guys away again. Okay, this is a separate one, so I can erase. And then draw that in. Fusion of both of the ideas. What? Oh, and then I can actually move the tail to be on the other side. That actually looks better. And then I'll keep the original drawing, because I do really like that original sketch. What? Oh, that's so cool. He's so awesome, guys. I'm just kidding. I'm just hitting that point in the night where no more thought happens. It's just vibes. That, or I probably just need to eat some food here in a bit. And then I probably should like orient this differently. How will that look better? No, I should lift that up. Yeah, that should be fine. Or maybe not. Hold on, maybe make the end a little thicker. Yeah. Look at that. Okay, cool. And then, maybe a little bit bigger. Yeah, and then now let's add them back on. Yeah. Oh, okay, that actually might be something. I might be cooking, guys. That might be really cool to have that be there. Just like a little sketch that I left. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave that there just as an idea. We'll see how that'll end up looking, but I really like that actually. That could be super cool. Okay. Yeah, so we'll get some base colors laid down for the background. Turn off these guys. Okay, and then coloring layer. What I probably should do is there's this little bit that I have that is here, I think. Yes, okay. Let me copy this so that way I have a color. No. We'll show you guys more of my art later. Right now, I'm in a flow state right now. I need to stick with this. Okay. So we will do this. Put that there, so that way I have a color reference for where everything is gonna go. And... right, okay, so the desk is going to be this color. So we will rectangle this in. Did that get it right first try? Yes! Okay, and then the color below that. Honestly is kind of just like this chalky gray, so almost a little warmer than that. Yeah. Yeah, wall. Okay. And then on top of that, we'll do the TV that I'm using as a screen for my PC. Yeah, okay. This is where a lot of grayscale is going to end up coming into play. You know what? No, I'm going to do my iPad first because I've got these colors mapped out already right here. We'll do the... there we go. Do I have gel pen? No, I do not. Okay, and then we'll turn on drawing assist so that way it fills it up a little easier for me. Perfect. It's all coming together, guys. Oh my gosh, this is such exciting stuff. And that's something, you know, I just realized is like, that's another, oh, whoops. That's another thing, almost another childhood lesson put into practice is just that, like, sometimes it's not always what you know, but who you know. And taking the time to go and be a part of Blue's stream and just be engaged there and wanting to be engaged there. Oh wait, I need to turn on symmetry for that as well. Boink. Okay. I should also probably turn that off so I can see where I'm coloring. But being engaged with that community that Blue has built, it's like, oh my gosh, the amount, like, I need to like scroll back through all these messages that got sent in when the raid happened. Yeah, but just like all of this amazing positive encouragement. Oh my gosh, like I didn't even get time to like read all of these amazing messages. Oh my gosh. Just like all of these such cool people. All of these amazing supportive people. God, that's awesome. But yeah, just being able to like just put yourself out there, and it's not even something for me, it's like, that's like, I say put myself out there, and for a lot of people I think they hear that and resonate it with something where it's like this dangerous, almost like scary environment, and it's like, that's not what it is at all. It's just, it's that whole thing of, it's just like, it's just doing something, it's just putting the energy out there, and never, like, you don't need to expect anything back from it, like, because I, like, in this specific case, I most certainly did not. But just from having that interaction, it's like, I managed to make an insanely amazing connection with such a cool artist and such a cool community. Like, that's so awesome. Okay, gonna try to differentiate some of these colors a little bit, because a lot of these are going to end up being similar, which honestly I think is going to contrast super duper well for having the little cartoon guys be in here. Having my little cartoon Monchies fill up that space because it's like they'll have this contrasted grayscale environment to their super colorfulness. Yeah, I like the way that's coming together. Okay, and then we'll use that same gray there to do this little line piece that's on my mouse, because it is a very similar color that I'm looking at. Chat pause due to scroll. Oh, okay. Go back to normal chat. There we go. But yeah, just that one interaction ended up spawning something so incredibly amazing. And I'm just really happy that I did it, that I got involved, that I put myself out there. All right, and then this little piece. Yeah, I'm just gonna get base colors laid down because I wanna spend some time doing. Should I have the screen be the same color? Probably. Oh no, this was still assisted. Hold on. This all drew over here. Don't want any of that. Okay, and then... Oh. Okay, I thought I heard a notification, but I think we're good. I'm always on alert, because OBS freaks me out sometimes because of the quality of it at occasions and that I've heard about, but we're going strong still, so happy about that. Yeah, we'll have the TV be the same kind of like screen color. Let's see how that looks. Did I have it? Yeah, okay, cool, it's on. It's on symmetry. Alright, and then we'll have... Ooh, you know what? This blue... Where is it? Hold on. I have... There's a super bright blue that I have in my backdrop that I'm gonna use for that light, because that's the actual color of the light that's right here on my little TV. How crazy is that? There we go. Oh my gosh. Every time it takes me way farther out than I need it to. Okay, and then this assisted is turned off, but I'm going to do it on a separate layer anyways, just because I'd rather have everything separated right now, just so I can go in later and merge anything if I need to. But for now, this is good. Okay, and then, yeah, desk is the correct color. And, okay, let's see. I will say, I am noticing that viewership is bouncing up and down in numbers, so for anybody that's just joining for the first time, even if you don't feel comfortable putting anything in chat, that's totally okay, but just know that I'm happy to have you here, because I'm noticing that every now and then, and I just want to make sure that your presence is acknowledged, because it's important. Alright, and now this mouse. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little darker than this. So we'll go a little blue and a little bit darker, almost like right there. Yeah, that's a good gray. I like that gray. Oh, is this... No, okay, cool. The symmetry is not on for this one. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Nice. And then clean... Oh, too big of a eraser. Shrink. I cast shrink. Alright. Is the wire the same color? It's almost this color, but just like a smidge brighter. Right there. Alright, and then we'll do another layer for that. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, I will be honest, that's another thing that I want to get leveled up within my art skills is backgrounds and rendering and stuff like that. Because for the most part, I think I can capture form and, like, scale and perspective and things, like all the, like, sketching blueprints done pretty well. Like, I can do that stuff fairly alright. But it's the rendering, man. That's what gets me, is the rendering. So I definitely need to utilize some of my time and energy to hone those skills specifically. But And then honestly, I think I should do this. Yeah, this is better for that. That slight color difference. That looks more like the mouse that I'm looking at. All right. Yeah, so all those base colors is perfect. And then we'll add these guys back, and look at that. It's all starting to come together. All right, and then what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to I'm going to duplicate this and flatten it, and then I'll leave, oh my goodness, excuse me. I'll leave one of them in their normal form. And then what we can do here, oh, nope. Right, okay, then what we can do here is erase where we need and add back for these tiny little details. Okay, and then we'll have it be below that we do this so that way I don't draw on top of what's already there. There we go. And then I don't think I need to do that with anybody else. I think it was just you. So we'll have that be its own separate layer. Hold on. Screen, you went up a little too far. All right. Ooh, and then I do want to plop in that sketch above this. Yeah. Ooh, I'm really liking this as a banner. This is going to be such a fun design. What I'll probably end up doing is adding a few like overlays to this to like really utilize it. Ooh, and then I also want to, yeah, I'll also add those in, and then those will take up the rest of the negative space. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to shrink down these hearts a little bit more. Just a smidge. I've been messing around with these the most, I think. Whoa. No color fill. I want to freehand this. Okay. And then shrink these down just a little bit. And then move them there. Yeah. And then I'll erase this from your fingy. There we go. This is coming out great. Oh my gosh. This is going to be such a fun banner design. All right. I am really happy with how much I got done today. Oh my gosh. This, like I said, I think this has been objectively the best stream thus far. I definitely got, I think, a lot more quote unquote done last stream. And what's crazy is I had, I think, the least amount of engagement on that stream. Which I think, you know, I don't mind. Like, because not, like, again, not everybody's going to want to engage in chat and everything like that in the same ways or engage with streams the same way, which I don't mind at all. Oh, and then I do want to, if anything, I want to have this, I'm going to duplicate it, and then I'm also going to add the colors that I need for each one. So you, oh, no, okay, you, and then brighter. And we'll just go ahead and take the big flat brush and color that in. Yeah, okay. And then you, brighter. This is just to see how it'll end up looking towards the end as we get more of this rendered in. Look at that. Isn't that so cool? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to make this brighter. I was just going to say, isn't it so cool that we got to be here together and make this thing from a little sketch at the beginning to now, like, something that we can actually fully fledge out and see in its entirety. Yeah, those are the color mapping, like, not color mapping. Is that the right term? I don't know. I just hear funky art terms and think, I know what that means. And sometimes I'm right on the money, and sometimes I couldn't be more wrong. That's why I need to start doing this more so I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is cool. I really like this. Honestly, yeah. So I will leave this as is. And then something that would be cool to see is below this, if I did like a warm, like a nice warm lighting, like what I've got in real life. So it would be like this with like a much brighter yellow. Like, ooh, you know what? It'll probably be better to like draw it in. Yeah, much brighter yellow, and then it fades off into almost like a cooler blue. Yeah, and then if I just Gaussian blur that. Yeah, and then let's see how nice that looks as like an overlay that I could use. We'll try some different variations just to get an idea. All right, let's see. Let's see what we can do to spice this up. Like, wow, you are just such a good talker. I was thinking he's going to slow down at some point, but no, you are just capable of doing this, and I think that's super admirable. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It honestly, like going back to like what I had said before, just how like wanting to tap into that authenticity of like this is just how I interact with people in general. Like when I have something I enjoy talking about, I will just be yapping about it, you know? Like I could just go on and on and on. And I think for a lot of interactions, and I think a lot of people can get into mindsets where it's like, no, they don't care. They don't want to hear me talk. And it's like, while that might be true technically in some cases, yes, there's sometimes too much is too much, and that's okay. But in environments like this where it's like, well, you're in my stream, you're in my dartboard, so you know what? I'm going to be yapping until the cows come home. Like, I'll just be yapping as long as I want to about whatever I want, because this is my platform. This is my little slice of the internet and my little community where I could do whatever I want. Of course, within reason. Like, I'm not gonna be evil with it now, but I can just do that. I can just talk about whatever I want to talk about and interact in any way I want to interact. Ooh, I like that lighting. Let's see. What else is there? It's vivid light. It's a little too grainy. Ooh. Monkey fursona makes monkey noises. Who knew? I kind of like that. Oh, I might just go crazy with the overlays. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this because I do really like that. So I'll save where that is. And then play around with this a little bit more. Now it's just playing with colors at this point. Okay, that's definitely a maybe? If I mess around with that, will that get better? Oh, open layers. Will that smooth out if I... Oh, not really. But it does kind of look cool. I do kind of like that. But we'll just keep trying. So this is more of a nighttime mode. Ooh, got some like blue lighting going on. I think I probably want it to be okay. Well, that's like let's compare and contrast, shall we? So we got that, and then we got that. So there's the warmer lighting and a bit of a cooler lighting, which honestly, both together, maybe. Yeah, at this point I'm just kind of messing around with overlays to see what clicks, because what I'm thinking here is to, honestly, what I'll do is select this as a layer and then mask it from these. Let's see how that looks. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, select it again. And big eraser. Ooh, okay. Something's happening. Ooh, I kind of like this, where this is going. Ooh, okay. I love when I have no idea what I'm doing, but it looks cool. Honestly, that's one of my favorite things as an artist to do, is where it's like, I have a basic understanding of what it is that I'm technically doing, but at the same time, it's like, I have no idea. Okay, and then Did that just erase the whole layer? It did. What the heck? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me retry something. So let me add a mask. There we go. Okay, and then select this, and then go in, and then erase from that. Both of these. Because they're more drawn in, and maybe you have something separate. Yeah, okay, see, this is starting to come together in a way that I like, because I want there to be a more realistic kind of vibe to the backdrop itself. And then this is, hold on. Whoa, I'm getting huge waves of deja vu right now. Whoa. Oh, that's crazy. You guys are going to have to get used to that, because, like, that's yet another thing from ye old childhood, is that, like, my mom's a very universally spiritual person, like, believes in the realms of, like, things like deja vu and stuff like that means that you're right where you're supposed to be, and, like, being in tune with the universe, which I think that there is truth in some of that. I think that there's a lot of those things that I have habitually done where it's like, as from a young age, anytime I feel deja vu, I will say it out loud and be like, oh, I'm getting it. Because it's a very identifiable feeling. You know what? I think what I need to do here is... Okay, so this is the warm layer. And this is the cool layer, which the cool layer just adds a nice little base. And then the warm layer adds that. So, if anything, what I could probably do is I can erase... I'm going to get rid of the little guys for a second. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to erase on this where there is... Oof. I need to do a hard brush for the eraser. Hard brush, yes. Whoa. Too big. Okay. And then just kind of get a feeling... Procreate, please. Can you not be tripping for me? Just a second. Okay. And then... Yeah. Something like that. And this is just very simple mapping out of like where and how things are going to look. This is just to get the vibe, because I want to do a little bit more studying of like proper rendering techniques before I really commit to anything. This is just to kind of get a vibe of how it could look. But we'll see. Maybe it'll be better if I do add them in. You know what? No, I'm not going to do this, because I'm going to get to a point where I go way too far and then I can't undo it. Yeah. So what we'll do instead is... Because I do like where this is going. So I think what I'm going to do instead, though, is I'm going to have there be a new layer on the very top where we start mapping out some shadows with this same blue. So, okay, so if we have the light source there, then this will kind of be... Whoa, too large. We'll do gel pen so that way I can just kind of fill some stuff in. It will be behind the little guys, though. Yeah. Just to do that, and then we'll turn on multiply and lower the opacity. I think I need to make it a little darker. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And then we'll just kind of keep messing around with this just to get a feeling for how this will end up turning out. Because I do like the vibes. But I definitely need to do some more proper study of... Should turn this up a little bit. Yeah, I do need to do some proper studying of like rendering techniques and everything like that. But in the meantime, I think this will be a good way to just get something kind of mapped out. Because something I think I need to do at this point, you know what it really is going to help this thing pop? Is if I actually add the line art on top of all... Oh, that's why it won't work. Right. You know what? We're going to group these. We're going to duplicate them. So that way we have the raw source. And then we're going to put them on top. And we're going to erase where we need to erase, which is just where the Monchichis are. So, good old-fashioned select and clear. Hey, look at that. I know how to use the art program I've been using for, what, over a decade now? Impressive, truly. Okay, and then, yeah, so now we'll go back to fudging around with shadows. Okay, so I'm gonna do this because there is this little internal part of the TV that I have. Yes, okay. That, like, yeah. And then, let's see, what else, how else can I do this properly? Yeah, just fudging the shadows, that's it. Just to get a good vibe. Okay, and then my iPad itself kind of has a little bit of an inner divot here. Okay, and then whoop. Okay. And then I can just kind of fudge that because we won't be seeing it. Just what's able to be spotted. Yeah, okay. And then how does this work for this? Okay. So we'll do another kind of little internal divot there. And fill that. Nope. Come on. Fill that in. Nice. And do the same right here because there's the iPad case itself. Nice. Okay. Cool. Oh, new message. Sorry, I don't know when you just sent this. You know, I think one thing that is kind of unfortunate is that your stream is only in 180, 60, so it's lagging quite often since my internet isn't at its best. That might detract viewers on like mobile or weak connections to keep watching. Oh, okay. I'm a little stoopy when it comes to the streamer terms. So what does that mean? Because I'm seeing it on the side of OBS where it's like I'm seeing what's gonna be recorded. But so wait, are you saying that it's like it's kind of laggy? Because honestly, that could just be what's it called? OBS. Like occasionally I'll see it like drop frames, go like it'll get really bad, and then all of a sudden it'll be in the green. So that might just mean that like my personal connection is bad, which is going to reflect on everybody else, which I don't know if that's like a me thing with my Wi-Fi or an OBS being a stupid thing, because OBS I have heard has been crashing a lot for people, which is a huge bummer. But unfortunately it's not, I don't think it's something that I completely have in my control. But I will look into it. I will. It's like that one Jason Momoa thing. Is that his name? The guy that is gonna play the guy that played Aquaman, but like that one clip of him where he's like, I do not have all the information right now, but will do what I can to find that for you. That's where I'm at right now. It's like, I want to give you guys a good stream. I promise. I just am a little stoopy with how this is all set up, and everything is kind of jank for me because I'm doing this for the first time. But that's okay. We ball is good. It's alright. Okay, fudge in the shadows, fudge in the shadows. And then we'll have like one be right here. Yeah, that'll be nice. Boink. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And then honestly, I could probably bump this up even more just to see it more clearly. Yeah, okay, and then I'll add this one on top. Guys, I'm illustrating. Okay, what are you saying? No, your stream is fine. I know because I can watch it when my internet is at its best, perfectly fine. But I'm saying it's unfortunate because it might be detracting some viewers. Oh. So, okay, so the stream's fine. That's good. But the is there... Okay, so using my critical thinking skills from what you sent, I'm assuming what you're talking about is that, like, the quality that I have the stream running at can only be so high in quality? I don't know. But I will, like I said, I will try and figure out what's going on that end. But in the meantime, you know what? I'm gonna do a duplicate layer, and then I'm gonna clear this so the settings save. And then I'm gonna add some shadows for these little goobers, but not onto them, just to see if it'll look nice if I do it like this. Ooh, but you know what I do need to do is I do need to give the shadows to this pencil. But it's not... Oh! What had happened? The color shifted a little bit. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. The pencil... Pencil, okay. Ooh, what I can do is I can actually have this be on top. And then we'll go like this. Yeah. But yeah, I will look into all the specifics of how to have a better quality stream. Because I thought I was streaming at, like, the maximum of what I should be and everything like that. But I could be wrong. Not entirely sure, but like I said, I will figure out what it is that I need to do. And then I'm going to erase just a little bit. Ooh, I should alpha lock and then erase a little bit. Nope, not quite that much. And then, whoop. Nope. What am I doing? I need to... Un-alpha lock. And then... select, maybe? And then blur it. Yeah! Maybe not. Okay, hold on. How can I do this? I want to do a thing. Ooh, you know what? No. I need to do this. I need to go in and I need to select this now. So, un-alpha lock it, and then do that eraser thing. And then Gaussian blur it. There we go. That's the effect I was trying to create. Yeah, kind of. I gotta go in a little bit more and touch this up. Because then his little fingies. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Actually, it would end up not even... There we go. Look at that. Okay. And then, honestly, what I probably could do is just go over this once. Yeah, that's nice. It's all coming together. All right, and then I'll add another little shadow bit here where his fingies are. I forget I can just do stuff like this. I forget I can just make things. So cool. All right, I'm gonna erase some more of this from where the pencil is. Oh, bump that back up to where it's supposed to be. Oh. Oh, am I on the, yeah, okay, I'm on the right layer. Perfect. Nice. Okay, well, hopefully your messaging will... Oh, big stretch. Goodness. Okay, hopefully your messaging will encourage anybody to mention if it is something that is an issue, because I would hate if it was. But yeah, this is the right color, right? Nope, wrong layer. Right color, wrong layer. Nope, wrong color. Is it this one? It's that one. Okay, okay. So now we'll do... Oh. Again, we're just getting the base down pat. Nope, I want to have that. Yeah, okay. Just to see if it'll look nicer with them having a little bit of shadow as well. Okay, hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Hold on, hold on. Go away. Okay. Cool. All right. Yay! I'm really enjoying this. This is great. Okay. Is this part of that? That's part of that. Cool. All right, and then he'll just have like a little baby shadow. All right. Okay. Because, like, I don't want to add any... I just want to leave the lighting where it is on them because I want them to look more drawn in than, like... Ooh, you know what? I should probably lighten this iPad screen a bit. I'm going to duplicate it first, just in case. Brightness. Yeah, that looks better. If I have it be, like, just a shade... Not quite as bright. Ooh, you know what? I should bump up the saturation and make it a little bit more bluish, almost. Like that. Yeah. Maybe a little bit less blue, more white. Yeah, that might be good. And then maybe even add in a little bit of shine on that. Not drawing assist, clipping mask. Like a yoink. And fill that. Yeah, kind of. Maybe not quite as bright as that. Or leave it that bright and just lower the opacity a little bit. Yeah. Again, most of this is just me fudging the stuff. Yeah. As you can tell, I am not... I have good basic concept of what I'm doing, but not entirely. Alright, and then... what? Okay. Okay, and then this mouse would end up giving some kind of shadow. Yeah, okay. And... yeah, so that's just kind of a general mapping, I suppose. Ooh, you know what? I do need to add some shadow, like, right here. Straighten that out. And then, honestly, what I'll probably do is just... and yoink. Yeah, okay. Welcome to Radley Works, where we don't know what we're doing. But it does look neat. And then... because, like, that wall back there has shadow on it, so I need to possibly Gaussian blur that. Oh, you know what? I can just make a bigger brush and... yeah. But I will say there is some light source, like, right here that comes through. Okay. Yeah, just kind of messing around at this point. And then, can I tone that down? I can, you know what I can do? I can go like this and just, oh, erase this. Oh, no, not that much, just this bit. Yeah, I guess. Alright. Yeah, all of this honestly is just a general shadow mapping. Oh, but you know what I do need to add is where the pencil would be. Yeah, this is more so just kind of keeping notes on my own end of... oh wait, it wouldn't be like that because the lights... oh, it is behind his back a little bit, so yeah, it would be. Look at this. Oh my goodness. This will be a perfect banner. I'm loving this so much. But yeah, I'll definitely... okay, I really need to figure out a way to... because, like, I take all this away, and it's like... alright, all the shadows go away. All those lights. And, oh. Yeah. You know, going back to the base colors, this... I realize this is not that bad. This is a good place, I think, to start off on with going forward with all of the rest of the shading, now that I'm backtracking a little bit. But yeah, so then everything else pops back in. Ooh. Okay. What happens if I just add that? Yeah, now I can just do some kind of comparing and contrasting to see what looks nice. Ooh, cause see, ooh, that's kind of clean though without the warm overcast. Just the kind of cooler, cause yeah, cause see that seems better. I kind of like that actually because now it's because there's no warm tones except for the skin. It does look more unified that way because they're all cool colors. Decisions. Ooh. I think the more uniform choice is the answer here. Things to consider for sure. Okay. But, you know, okay, let's see. Let's check the time right now. It is 8:19. We have a little less than an hour, which is still a really great amount of time. So I think what I'm gonna do, okay, so I do want to test something. I do want to take away this as well. Yeah, see, that iPad screen becomes a lot better when it's brighter, like it's on. I might be able to even brighten it up even more and have it be... Ooh, you know what I can do? Is I can probably even duplicate it and give it a little bit of a glow over all the other stuff. Including this line art. Let's see how this looks. A little Gaussian blur to give it a little brightness, and then tone it down and give it an add filter. That kind of works. All right, let's turn that off and on and see how that looks. You know what I think I need to do? I think what I need to do is use the color and manually draw in some brightness here and there along the lines. Whoa. Oh, it's assisted. Okay, that works perfect. And then maybe what I can even do here is lower the opacity of this, so that way it's not as much of a thing that's there. Okay, and I should probably also turn off the symmetry so I can really just see this for what it is. Yeah, I kind of like that. That'd be a good banner. This is a good array of colors. Oh my god, you know what I realized I did without even meaning to do it is have them go from green to blue to indigo to violet. Yo. Absolute artist. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that until just now. I'm like looking at all the colors and I'm like, dude, this flows so nicely on my eyes. Why is that? It's because I unintentionally did an art thing. That's so good. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Ooh. Okay. See, I'm at a point now where it's like I've got all of the placeholders down for the shadows and stuff. I'm just scared to go in and really do something with it because then I'm like, I don't know, like right here, this is a good point, but I don't trust my rendering abilities that much. But you know what? It's okay. So, all right, so I'm going to delete this. I'm going to leave this as is, bump this. Now we'll leave this right here. Maybe even Gaussian blur it a little bit. Ooh, I kind of like that as an effect. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Just so it doesn't take too much away. And it'll be a nice little reference. But yeah, okay, so all the base colors are perfectly fine. And then, what do I still have on? I have this on. Which this, yeah, I think I'm going to leave this there. But, okay, and then I want to do another compare and contrast with that warm tone again. So this is as is, which is still looking okay. And this is with the warm tone. See, now, this is where the intricacies really get to me, because now I'm at a point where I'm like, dang it. Because if I have a warm background tone, you know what? I should probably just lower it a little bit more. Yeah, that's what it was. I needed to lower it a teeny tiny bit more, because if I have a warm background instead... Okay, what if I layer that on top again? And then lower this a little bit more too. Yeah, I think this is good, because if I have... see, because that's where I'm deciding now, because like the cool tones, it's all very like analogous, and it's like all similar shades of like cooling colors. But if I have the warm background, then it'll make the little guys stand out more, because none of them are warm tones. Ooh, decisions, man. Okay. Yeah, we can do without this one, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and make that decision now. Okay, we're gonna get rid of it. We're gonna leave a slightly warm tone in, and then we are going to do our best to render with this. And we'll leave these in here as kind of these guidelines. Yeah, so now with that there. And then what happens if I maybe bump up the warmth just a little bit? Yeah, so that's, yeah, so this is the colors as they are. And I need to see that, so that way I can bump this up slightly. Because I like the dark tones, because the dark tones really help to separate it with all the technology and stuff like that, because you have this like bright white desk. So it'll probably be best to not have this be insanely high to where it messes with the colors of the TV and everything. So like right there honestly is perfect, so that they really stand out. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. This is good. Okay, and then we'll get rid of these placeholder shadows in the meantime, and add a completely new multiply layer underneath them. And then we'll go in with some dark... Ooh, what happens if I use this? Oh, it's way too tiny for me to really even tell. Okay, oh, right, we need to actually set it to multiply and not as intense. I kind of like that texturing for the shadows. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to take inspiration from what I've got in front of me and utilize that as a baseline. And just start committing to it, making some big decisions. We'll go in, and I think what I need to do here is I need to take down the stabilization amount so I can really get some... Gotta think more traditional arts for this one. And we'll just play around and see what happens. And you know what? We can always delete and start over, and that is okay. And then I also think I might want to increase the opacity on that a little bit. Yeah. And then some there. Some there. And another line right here. Nice. Okay. We're getting there. And then... Okay. So that's where that is. iPad. Okay, I need to really actually... That's the nice thing, is that I'm referencing this based off of my actual setup. So we can go ahead and just take this for what it is and utilize it that way. Whoa, too much. Hello. There we go. Yeah, and this is just getting some very rough shapes done. Okay, and then the shadow on my mouse is kind of funky. Alright, and then that goes like this. Cool. Okay, and then the wire. Alright, and then a little bit of the TV still has that shadow. Oh wait, I should probably line it up more so with this. Alright, yeah, this is coming together a bit better. Cool. And then how's our music? Oh yeah, music. I totally forgot that this has so much time left on it. I need to save this to my... Yeah, I saved it to my Twitch jams. Cool. Alright, my PC screen flickered there for a second. Scared me, but we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. That's my eraser. That's not what I want to utilize. Okay. And then just a little bit of shadow here, because the iPad screen protector does divot in a little bit. Okay. Yes, it's okay. We're good. We're brave. We got this. All I can think about is freaking Bob Ross in moments like these, where it's like, all right, we're gonna have to commit. Gonna have to make some big scary decisions for what's gonna happen here, but you know what? It's okay, because we got this. And we can always improve and come back later and do all that good stuff. But right now, just gonna make some commitments. Just gonna do it. Oh, and you know what? This actually goes like this. Yeah. There we go. That's what I was missing. And you know what? This needs to be filled in too. That's what I was missing. Okay. Nice. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. This is working out well. Okay. Where else am I gonna need to draw some shadows in? Probably right here. Okay. Barbara, save us. We need the positive mindset to not underestimate my knowledge. Okay, okay, okay. We're getting there. Alright, and then like that. Good. Okay. And let's see. What other shadows would there be? Because I think this is just about it. And if I go ahead and I select this, what I can do here is do some erasing a bit. Not quite that potent. And then Gaussian blur that. Oh. Oh, you know what? I can't, no. If I alpha lock it, that won't work. Okay, I just need to be gentle. Just need to be gentle. You know what I should do that's bugging me is I need to change the color of this guy's stuff. I need to brighten it much more. Or actually I need to darken it, I guess. Yeah, okay. That works. I just needed it to stand out more. Alright. And then, okay, so with this shadow here, I need to do a very similar thing where I select the layer and I erase some of this and then blend it together a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then almost the same here. I need to add like a very, very light layer of, nope, wrong one. This is, what do I have? Oh yeah, my little fried and crispy. Oh wait, whoops, that means I screwed up. Which was it? The flat brush, okay. Be jumping all over my settings and totally forget that that's what I did. Yeah, okay, so then we'll go like that. Whoa, am I on the right layer? Nope. This is it, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Ah! Okay, so in theory this should work. Why is it not working? Oh, because, oh. Okay. So I just kind of need to color this all in one go. It's got to be even less bright. Okay. It's not looking the way I want it to, but that's okay. This hard shadow I think works out fine for this one. Maybe. Hold on. Let's select and erase just a smidge. And then blend. Ooh, that might have worked. Yeah. Okay, 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 okay. I'm starting to understand it. Starting to understand it. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, at the end of the day, I really need to just do some actual studying of shadows and shit. But in the meantime, I think I'm doing okay. Do I have those overlays on already? Yeah, I just need to intensify them a little bit, I think. Ooh, and you know what? I also need to add the shadows below the desk. Right here, where like the wall gets dark. Yeah. And then... Is that... Oh, whoa, what? Oh, I was using the wrong color. That's why it's not looking correct. That's why it's not. Okay. I was using the incorrect color. That makes so much sense. It's like, why is this not? I thought it was just the... Okay. I understand it now. Okay. Okay, okay. There we go. That's better. Alright. What other ways can I go about improving this? Honestly, I think I should just add another layer on top. Oh, well. Okay, some darker shadows. So maybe what I need to do is I need to clear this. I need to intensify this a little bit. And then what I need to do is I need to go in with an even lighter layer because there's some overall like shadow-based areas. And I think that's what's tripping me up the most, is that there's these areas that are just generalized shadow spaces. And that's what I'm missing. Yeah, that might be it. Okay, with a little bit of a Gaussian blur. Kind of. Okay. And then... I think I might even need to... Maybe I actually need to lessen these. Yeah. Okay. And then select this part. Because I'm going to do the same thing I did on the other side. And then blur that a little bit. It almost looks watercolory. I like that. I like all the little texturized parts that are coming in with this. Okay, okay. And do I need to intensify this? What I do need to do is move this in some... Oh wait, am I oh, I'm moving the wrong layer. Whoops. I need to move this layer in. Yeah, because that little bit of bright edge isn't really doing what I want it to do. And maybe even boost up the vibrancy on this. Or actually take it away. Would it need some warmth instead? Ooh, okay, 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 okay. Something's happening here. Alright, and then... I am so deep in the thought soup, trying to figure out how this would look nice. Okay, okay. Alright, and now the question is do I go ahead and duplicate... Oh, well, hold on. Let's see. The intensity of those shadows is kind of helping it. And then let's duplicate another one. Ooh. Okay, maybe that's what was the problem, is that it just wasn't dark enough. So I'm going to clear this one, boost up the shadows a bit. I'm going to change this hue a bit more to... the warm side of things. So it differentiates between this guy somewhat. And then I'm going to go ahead and have a layer where I go ahead and do their shadows separate. And I will have these actually go on the top because I want to be able to give this pencil some shadow. Wait, not quite that much. Alright, that's good, that's good. Okay. And then... Oh, wait, did I... Weird. Hold on. Is this at full opacity? Oh, it's because I erased it a little on that side too. Okay. Alright, okay. I'm starting to understand this a little bit more. And then if a little guy was sitting there, he would have some shadow go right about there. And it would be a bit darker here. Maybe. Just about right here. Maybe even not, because there's already shadow that's there. Okay, okay. Good stuff. And then... And then his shadow would kind of almost be like right here. Okay. Alright, okay. It's coming together, And then just a little Gaussian blur there. Teeny tiny bit. Yeah. Right now this is all just me fudging around, but I think with some time we will come back to this and it will be at a much better place. But for now, I think this will be okay. I think this will hold up all right as the banner for most things in the meantime. And then I have to add in the pencil as well. Okay. Nice. I do need to erase because like I don't want any shadows. I want there to be that little bit of light source that they've got, that little shine, but I almost want them to be like in this illustration more in a sense of like imagination, you know? Ooh, and you know what I do need to do as well is I need to erase this part. So much so that I even add on the very top of all of this some of the light source from this little light. Yeah, okay, and then even like little shiny bits. Some like little shiny pixel bits. Will that work? Ooh, I just need to... Oh, that's why, because it wasn't bright enough. I was like, why isn't this color coming out much brighter? It's because I didn't have it bright enough. Okay. So that means we can lower it back, give it more of a blue. How do I accomplish this in the way that I want to? Okay, that's a good color. Maybe not as bright. How do I capture this effect well? I guess that works. Not sure. Maybe it would just be better if I drew directly on it. Smaller? Because there's like a specific texture that I'm seeing on this thing. Oh, that might be it. That might be what I wanted. And then a little layer underneath. That shows, ooh, no. I need to have this go more like this. And then do kind of that erase technique that I was doing before. And then lower that. Oh no, I did it on the wrong layer. Crud! Oh my gosh, that is going to be the death of me, is always drawing on the wrong freaking layer. Okay. So now we erase bit by bit. Okay, and then I'll move it in a little bit. Right there. And lower the opacity on that. Okay, I kind of like this. Okay, I just needed to screw around with the layers a little bit. That's what needed to happen here. And then color fill that. Give it a little bit of blur. And then do add. And like that. Okay. It works. I need to lower that a little bit. Okay. Yeah, that works. That's it. That's the effect I was going for with that thing. Okay. All right. And what am I doing now? Not sure. I think what I'm going to do here... Okay, this was this just initial sketch. Do I need to increase this some? I think I need to change this back to more of a blue. These little critters look like they could be stream avatars. And see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying, is that these little guys are so perfect, like, as far as little creatures, that I could totally imagine making, like, these certain little guys be the ones that are, like, the brand for the stream. But eventually, I think I could get to a point where I have just a bunch of the little guys, just, like, right here, like, let me draw on the very top. Like, if I had my stream set up, and then, like, right here where it is on... Nope. Right here where it is on stream, like, I'm drawing on my iPad, but, like, right here along this little baseline edge, I could just have little dudes wandering around, and you guys could have little, like, custom dudes walking around on the stream, if that makes any sense. I think that'd be cute. But this is just to get the baseline idea down. And then also, I'm going to change this back to a blue, because I think that works better. Maybe not quite saturate it, but yeah, like right there. And then have it not be at, oh, maybe, nope, right about there. Okay. Yeah. All right. And now, do we play the game of do I add even more overlays to this thing? Ooh. Oh, did I miss something there? Hold on. I think I erased something where I shouldn't have, but that's fine. But yeah, I could totally see having some little avatars wandering around at the bottom of the screen that look like these. I think that'd be super cute. Have them do little things, eat little foods or sit down or something like that. Like, what are those little, like, internet buddies that you can have, like, wandering around on your own desktop? I know that there's ways of going about doing that, but I think that would be cool. Ooh, can I? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and darken this one a little. Yeah. All right. I think that's a pretty good point. But, oh, you know what I do need? Again, I swear this color is tripping me up. I think I just need to redo it altogether, but let me go ahead and make this like a pale bright purple. Yeah, okay. It's gotta be a way to do this that really looks correct. But I think that light bright purple might be the move. So it's separate from the rest of it. Yeah, okay. And now I'm going to go ahead and actually lessen these and then draw them with the brush I had initially intended to draw them with, which is this one, which almost looks more chalky. But yeah, of course, towards the end, it's always all the little details, and in this case, all the shadows and stuff. Okay. And then you, and then brighter color. Maybe not quite that bright. I don't want it to stray too far from this like little stormy blue. Yeah, that's pretty good. I should probably make this smaller because they're a little farther back. Yeah. Because I want there to be this like general theme with these little guys that they are able to interact with the real world, but they're still, well, you know what it is? This is it. This is the mindset for this. Is that it's like the mixed media format that like the what's the movie called? Who Framed Roger Rabbit? That's what it is I wanted them to be like real, interacting with the real world and affecting the real world in a physics way, as far as like they have a shadow and like can grab the real stuff in the world, but they don't technically, like their bodies don't technically function and render the same way that ours do. So that's why it's like I'm not going to add any of these types of shadows on them. I'm just going to give them their little highlights that they have, that I have coined for them in all of my other little drawings of them. But that's, yeah, which honestly, as I've been making more of these things and creating pieces like this, I've realized that it's like, dude, it's just all of my like favorite childhood medias all like manifesting in the way that I'm doing stuff. That's why my brain keeps yelling at me. Yes. Oh, man. I'm so glad I finally connected those dots. I probably would have connected them at some point, but it's still just like, oh, of course, that's what it is. It makes sense. It's all coming together. Okay. Oh, nope. I need the eraser to be stronger. And then... But yeah, and then I have this little effect here that's almost like chalk, which the best way I can describe what this is like that horrible adaptation of like, I think it's like Harold and the Purple Crayon, where it's like you could draw just like lines and stuff and render them into the world, but it's still like, it looks like crayon, or in this case chalk. But that's kind of the vibe I'm going with for this. Oh, okay, and last little guy. Ooh, maybe you should have it be a little lighter. This is over everything, right? Yeah. Interesting. It's really interesting seeing all these colors interact with one another. Oh, probably should check the time. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. I love the universe and the way this times out, because guess what? I was planning on streaming until 9 p.m. tonight, and I literally finished the last little bit of what I want to complete this with at 9 p.m. exactly. Oh my god, that's so perfect. Okay, so with that in mind, I think this is a good point. I think this is going to end up being at least in the meantime, the placeholder banner that I have for all of my socials, and we completed it. That's so perfect. I'm so happy that timed out that way. All right, so thank you for everybody that stuck around. You guys are my goats. Please make sure, if you're not already, to go ahead and follow me here on Twitch. I'm going to do my best to keep updates on whenever I do any bonus streams like I did today, but like I said before, all of my planned streams are always going to, for sure, you can catch me on Wednesdays from 2 to 4:30 Mountain Standard Time. So that's for sure when you can see me. And then if you also want to get other little updates or see these images in their final forms, go ahead and follow me on Blue Sky. If you ever need to watch or want to watch any of the VODs, go ahead and follow me on YouTube. Those are my 3 core socials at the moment. If you would like, go ahead and look for me. I'm currently privated on TikTok and my Instagram, but if you request to follow, I will be so happy to let you still have access to that. So I don't mind that at all. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and wrap up stream. I'm going to actually put this up to wrap up the stream, at least until I have the official one done to put up. But we'll hold this here for now while I wrap things up. But again, thank you everybody that stuck around. I really appreciate it. You're really going to help my average viewership reach a great point, so that way I can get Twitch affiliate, which means that you can watch me draw more fun things like I did today, so we can make some emotes together, we can get some fun Twitch channel point rewards done. All great stuff, and all stuff that I will be sure to live stream so that you can catch me in the process of making it. So again, thank you to everybody that stuck around, whether you found me on your own, whether you stayed here from the raid. I really appreciate it. So I wish everybody a wonderful whatever time of day they are having currently, and I hope to see you on the next one.